Howdy you all. It's time to finish the Girls Frontline event, hopefully. Today. Yeah. So I had to use a different mouse pad because I threw up on all my stuff. So yeah, I'm also a bit tired from everything that happened today. So life things, of course. But that's fine. That's fine. Oh. It is what it is. Anyway, let me get into the game. And, like I said, I'm gonna get the video stuff finished this week. Even if it kills me. So, yeah.
GIRLS FRONTLINE. あら、慌ただしいのね。心配ご無用。
Okay, it would help if I had my mic, or not my mic, but headphones working. I was just saying here, it's like, well, I don't hear any sound. It's like, oh, that's why. Makes so much sense. Makes so much sense now. So. Oh yeah. My top 3. Well, I like Soap Mod 2 is like definitely up 1. I think I put Tommy Gun as one of mines. Thank you to Seven. Yeah, a Summonite Quad. Yeah. Would say Soap Mod 2 is definitely top 1, and then I would say Tommy Gun's like number 2. I would have to reevaluate my like number 3 now, because I really like UMP. So yeah. To be fair, I've been rolling on every single one, and I have like, until now, I had a 100% success rate in getting a copy of every single one. Now, I'm only missing one now because I haven't rolled her, because I've been unlucky with with a G. What is the current banner? Yeah, the current banner. I'm just unlucky. I thought I was like super lucky, but now my luck is like burning out on this. I think Star Rail's similar about the pains of being a free-to-play. I've been like really lucky as a free-to-play, I think. Or lucky above lucky. So, yeah. Yeah. Out of all those, yeah. I'll be sad if I don't get UMP or a Victor. So, like right now, my 2 ones I'll be sad I don't get. And then, who else actually shows up is on Girls Frontline 2, thinking about it. I think they have messed up there. Yeah, the 2 UMPs are probably going to be like top ones I would miss. Springfield would probably be like another one. So, more of the ones. Yeah. Ah, nice. To be fair, I would not know. I would somebody stop playing the game. You might like get bored of the grind or bored of waiting for new content. So, but yeah, that's probably like the two reasons why. Ah, nice. Well, if I remember the stuff that on global isn't the same as China, so who knows what we're going to get and when. Or we know what we're going to get, but when is like the question. Like I think that's the issue I had with Fiko's. They followed the schedule, but like we're years behind, and that was kind of annoying. So we had to wait for years for a character, one of the new shiny characters. Only gives us time to save up, and that's about it. So, well, I think somebody in chat that normally watches wants what is it? The Dragonoff to be one. So, yeah. Like I said, I'll be sad if I don't get Vector. I need to play use a Vector more in Tarkov. Yeah. I don't know. I like the design of the gun and also the character attached to it. Makes it also funny. What was it? The gun company posted a thing about the gun, I think it was, and then everybody just posted GIRLS Frontline images the whole entire time. So that was pretty neat. I think same thing with the HK, which I am really thankful I have HK. I copied one copy, so yeah. Things to be grateful for. Ah, nice. Well, I think she has I think people are pointing that she has one of the OG skins of the original game. So yeah. I guess I like the design in her throwing the pyro grenade, I think it was. I haven't played much of the first one, but I keep seeing the visual novel that's on the web. Tempted to play it just to see the whole entire story. Because I watched the GIRLS Frontline anime, but that's not the same as experiencing reading it, I guess. So, yeah. I probably should be reading this. But yeah. Let's start reading when dialogue actually goes up. And just start reading. I don't know. But yeah, I really want Tommy Gunn to be like a character. I like the design of her. I haven't actually seen her in game. I like a thing about I guess liking a character design. I usually expect a certain personality, and I'm usually right on that with an exception of one character. I think that's a Brutal Archives character. It's oh, her voice. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that voice. So, I think that only happened once on my whole thing. Yeah. And the salt mines with the survey crew and Mechty.
隊長、ミシティと美容家を別の行動に行かせてよかったの？この内部の構造図、もう古くて頼りにならないよ。ここ、思った以上に広いし、地形もかなり入り組んでる。
I really need to adjust this mic. Blocks like a lot of the camera. A weird focusing thing. Just bought it recently, so.
普段はああでも404のメンバーには変わりないわ。陽動作戦で敵が用心深くなってるとはいえ、ここが見つかるのは時間の問題よ。できるだけ早く済ませないと。そうだね。二人とも無事だといいな。
Once they turn the corner, the path widens up out of the thoughtful consideration for. That's how I pronounce her name again. Let me tell me. One Diet Coke coming up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my memory is awful. It's like Kukal. Damage to the left eye and Andreas's position herself on the left side. She presses her fingertips lightly on the small, white, crystalline substance on the surface of the wall. This is the first time I've ever been inside a salt mine. It looks quite marvelous. I don't know, I just keep thinking of Legion Legends, but that's a different story. These were also signs of artificial excavation, but these waves, like Groot's and patterns of altering colors, are all the result of natural geological formation. Howdy, I'm gonna just say nuts. 06 on the Fine and Dandy Easter Sunday. Is that anything special? The only seeing skyscrapers in the green zones and uninhabited deserts of the yellow zone, but here, human development is rarely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating. Things can be quite astonishing at times. It boggles the mind that I once excavated parts of this cave and into a attack room. Why? I don't know. I like wearing the maid outfit clearly. Why? Well, to be fair, this model has like different outfits. I've been tempted to like buy the other one. So. But yeah. Why? Is there something charming or different or well, like I said, the Friday to Sunday, I was busy because I had things to deal with. So I probably eventually become like somebody pieces it together to probably know what it is. But yeah, basically what I did. Also, my dad came over from Illinois, so that was a long drive. He's debating if he wants to go to what was it? Yeah, the name of the city nearby. I keep on saying Atlantis, but it's not Atlantis. I have to go double check now. Why do I keep thinking it's Atlantis for some reason? So. Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying Atlantis. It's Atlanta. Yeah, it's Atlanta. So my dad eventually end up moving to well, when I was living, we ended up moving near St. Louis, and everybody's a Cardinals fan, and the Cardinals are playing in Atlantis. Atlanta. So there's a chance of him seeing a baseball game, and the tickets cost like I think it was like $15 to $45. But the thing he's saying is like costs like $20 or $200 for rent a hotel. So I was like, well, yeah, that's the issue. So yeah. But yeah. It's a definite Easter for me, and that's fine. There'll probably be many more like it, so that's fine. Dimitri upset that who comes some remarks from the forefront of the expedition group. What do you know? I remember someone on X, I guess, shipped him and HK together, and people on the what is it? On the X and Twitter are mad because of that, and I find that funny. Odd pairing, but yeah. Like you carrying out missions and making money doesn't consume our every fucking thought. A happy Easter to you, South Pacific. Also, if it weren't for a sudden streak of genius that humans had, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. I've seen Kukon's irritation and Andreas' tactical changes. Andreas tactfully changes the subject. If it was rolled out very late, I would have loved to see the world before all the collapse radiation. Moving 1 to 200 meters on the ground sounds terribly claustrophobic and yet it made this place a local attraction. According to an old investigation report, the Cauldron acid that's wrong. There has been a hub that support local tourism for a long period of time. Constructions have installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. Except that this place was warm in all seasons, which attract a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here. In the tourist photographs, the place was a town with rolls around flame greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. Seems like a popular destination. I'm thinking it's like mining or pumping out natural gas makes the area hot? Question mark. That's probably a dumb question to ask when it's cool, but I'm just wondering that. And just focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information. Sure, still, I can't help but wonder at the fact that there's used to be such a lively places in the world. You are a neo-Soviet, aren't you, Mr. Dimitri? Do you know anything about this place? No. Huh? I was even born back then, and schools don't teach such pointless stuff. Is that so? I don't think that. I think this is pointless, though. No matter what this place used to be like, which is a thick pipe mounted on the wall of smack. The town is gone, the cellar room is gone, all left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal. Right. Enough of this nonsense. Get with the search. Mark coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dimitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Andreas keeps. Party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the pipes. I fight right. The regulations here must be you and your subordinates had there to make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed.
の機密性をご確認なさった方がよろ
He-
し
He's
いかと。
not to chill. He has to stick up his butt each time he has to talk to any of the dolls. So, but yeah,
どうした？
what's wrong?
エリア内の放射線量が
Fluctuation detector increased. There's a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area.
坑道内は空
Rings
気
can
が流
fluctuate
動し
due
な
to
いの
lack of
で
airflow within the cave, but the jump in the air is not normal.
何かの
I
影
cut
響
her
を
off.
受けてるってこと。
What's this cause? The cause could be non-natural? Question mark.
多分
I'm afraid so.
ディミトリー、
Imagery,
私
this
たちの探して
it
るも
has
の
something to do with the
何か
marked
関係があるのか。
location.
ああ、原因を探るぞ。
Let's check it out.
ここは一本道。
There's only one path.
答えは
However,
目
it
の
should
前。
be directly ahead.
お前たち二人はここで
You
待機。
stay here and
通信
stand
範囲
by
から出
if,
せば
if
奥へ
we're
来る
about
よう伝
to
える。
go beyond VTuber's range. I'll tell you to move further and Roger, sir. Imagery glances at the numbers shown on the detector's screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder.
気をつけろよ。
Watch yourselves. Party proceeds farther into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see that and in less than 10 minutes.
これは
What's this? A collapsed
オーラクス
crystal?
クリスタル。
It appears that the cluster of green crystals in the corner about a dozen meters away.
いくらレッドエリアに
We
近
are
いからっ
pretty
て
close to already, but the crystal cluster is
この
still
でか
too
さは
big now.
本当に
You're right, and the collapse curve growing naturally in the yellow zone is no longer than 7 cubic
通常
centimeters.
7立方センチメートルを超えないはずです。
You really duct tape that wire. But yeah. Death Mask can give off like a different feel to a character, so especially if they're like designed for a giant mob like group aesthetic.
でもこの結晶
But this crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. And just takes the radiation levels and wind speed again.
ここにかなりの間
Appears
存在していたようです。
Just to have
坑
been
道
here
内の
for
線量以上は
quite a while.
これが原因でしょう。
It was the spread of the internal collapse crystal that caused the initial radiation levels within the mine. Kilometer is is it less than a mile or is it more than a mile in like on paper, like number measurement wise? I think mile is more. I don't remember. It's the metric system.
空気の流動が少ないた
Due
め
to the lack of airflow in the mine, these particles have accumulated inside, resulting into the abnormal concentration.
アンドリス、
And just
もう
take a
少し近
closer
づい
look.
てみましょう。
Ukla shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close.
その古い防護
If it takes of an old mill and not complete full save, you better stay away. Or better stay where you are if you don't want to die.
ならお前がしっか
Oh
り
yeah,
調べとけ。
yeah. And make sure you take a good look at it.
言われなくても
Right. Gohan and Andres walk on. Meanwhile, Andres' voice comes through their level 2 connection. To be fair, what was it? US uses the imperial system, and then everywhere else uses the meters. But in England, they still use a pint as a term, but the point is, I think, bigger than the US pint, which is kind of funny. So, yeah, there's that. And Andres walks on. Meanwhile, Andres' voice comes to their level 2 connection. And Mr. Dimitri seems to trust us all now. just because he has no other choice. And just says this crystal clear closely. Or carefully. Flash crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still best to be careful. Sure. After handing Gallagher's scan, Markham redirects your attention to the comms channel. Yeah. Imagine back in the day when it was like the measurement was based on the king's foot or arm or hand or something. Or everything's based on the Roman system. Wow. Ichibuka, find anything on your end? I think so far. I'll keep going. This tunnel is pretty deep. Ouch, Ichi, you bumped into me. And the vision is a bit impaired to be worth it. You are right. You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious that is no accident. A traffic castle have even on wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted. Isn't that the idea of, I think drunken drivers like try to follow people and they just end up bumping into them? Even if there's like multiple lanes that are empty and stuff. Just to be able to drive in the right direction or something. So yeah. Either keep up the search, contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Ruka has enough of their bickering and temporary disconnects from the concierge. She conversates with endurance through their level 2 communication site. And just anything. Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside the piece of the collapsed craft, it has existed for about half a year. Half a year? You mean such a large craft for within the span of just a half a year? That's impossible. Indeed, that's why I take a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew. Look at this leader. Yeah, clearly. Sleep is good. Yeah, we're under disappointed. Kuha taps the side of the crystal lightly, and then a very thick crack appears between the crystal and the layer of the rock in the cave. This collapsed crystal didn't form naturally. Oh, I'm afraid not. Generally speaking, naturally growing crystals have a stronger surface adhesion, especially to those grown on rock. Something whose shape is affected by the shape of the rock of the rack. High self. On this crystal here. I think it's more like it was planted here then. Or here. Why did I say then? I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell, but the rock type isn't just a rock around the crystal. There's some concrete mixed in it. It's a crude method, but it's more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andreas has found. Here, could this have something to do with Demetrius? Yeah, do something so bizarre in this kind of place that one can be dangerous. This could be some kind of totem like the strange rock we found at the settlement. If it was a totem, it's too well hidden. This is exactly a suitable place to conduct the ritual, is it? Yeah. In any case, log everything from now on and send it over to Leva once the comms are restored. Got it. Hey, what are you two doing? Just squatting there? Other than conversing you had with your other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep. Yeah, because they're talking to each other in robot talk. Not really robot talk, but like telepathically. Anyway, should we inform Mr. Dimitri of the situation? Don't reveal anything about Pinicius. This everything that level 2 comms connection. Kuka several steps back to the tree and directly states the conclusion they arrived at.
結晶は
Because those
人為的に埋め
here
込まれ
are
たもの
were
ね
are officially planted.
人為的
Artificially? Wow.
ええ
Yeah.
失踪した体
Also, if this
ここを
is
示したなら
what the other
デモ
survey
の他の場所にあるのもおそらくこれでしょうね
soldiers found, and I'm afraid that the same goes for all the other locations marked on the drawing.
クソがこんなもん埋めやがって正気か
I'm assuming this is a Russian swear word, but I could be wrong. Whoever did this must be crazy.
正気かどうかはわからないけど少なくとも
I
異
cannot
常放射線量
comment
の
on the
原因は判明したわ
the
ね
perpetrators of mental state, but at least this explains the high radiation levels in the area.
メリット感染者の奇妙な症状も
Unusual
それと無
symptoms
関係では
displayed
ない
by
はず
the
よ
ELID patients at the settlement and within the ranks of the survey group definitely have something to do with our crystal planar.
隊長ディミトリー
Here,
さん
Mr. Dimitri, I have finished logging all the data and visual records on the crystal.
それと
However, I
ま
have
た
discovered
新しい発見が
something else.
今度は何だ
There's more. Forgetting all the dangers of the collapse radiation, the patient Dimitri ends up strolling up to the crystal. Fingers points at the rock cut that has been chopped off slightly at the base of the collapse. Beneath the gray rock, one can just make out the white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal.
正確なサイズを測ろうと思って
I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but the more I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there.
何かの装置に見え
It
るわ
seems to
ね
be some kind of device, I doubt it's for reinforcing the craft crystal.
これも掘り出せる
Need to get it out completely.
ちょっと無理かな
Not at the moment.
この基盤
It's basically very firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we
壊
need
さ
a
ずに掘り
professional
起こすには
excavation
専用の採掘ツールがないと
コーラプスクリスタル専
We'll
用の
need a
容器として
container
は
designed for storing collapsed crystal. It'd be dangerous just to bring it with us considering its size.
やめだ
We're gonna save all the visual
映像と
records
座
and
標だけでいい
coordinates for now. We'll come back for it later with reinforcements. Now let's get back. This is very important discovery. We must restore external comms as soon as possible and
上に知らせね
report our findings.
そうね
Right.
アンドリス
Dangerous contact Mechty and Videoka. If they still haven't found anything, tell them to head
入
back.
り口に戻れと伝えて
Panic noises. Ryan could the Khmer who starts beating. One that Ryan can definitely how Khmer is David channel. Is my luck really that wrong or what? He's so adorable. Why else would I run right into this guy?
何があったの
What's happening? Daddy's big sis Buka, the illusion that we haven't guarded before, is hiding in this tunnel. I think it's really bad here, but that only makes it even more enraged.
なんですって
What? We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. We're seriously gonna die this time. If I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the enemy recorded basket base. I'm gonna watch it when I get a new frame. That is so funny.
無駄口はいい
At the graph, we're coming right over now. Hang out until we get there. Easy for you to say. We're in bad state, but we're no match for it, even if it's 2 against 1.
逃げるのは得意でしょ
We can't beat it, run. Isn't that your forte?
とにかく
Take a change before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance.
入り口
We
に
will
近づけさせな
only
いと
consider direct confrontation when all of us are there. Yeah. The priority of reliability. That's in order to make sure you like. I still am thinking that that's just pretty funny. Priority, don't delete. I feel like it's similar to like don't delete my porn or something. Or please. But I don't think in this case it'll be ever like please delete it. It'll be more like don't delete it. Alright, I'll definitely survive long enough for Big Sis Kuka to do my rescue. Mechty, pull yourself together now. Kuka terminates the call and looks at Dimitri. The region from before is in the tunnel and that Mechty and Kuka are exploring. Andres and I have to go help them out or they won't last long. It's freaking hilarious having a meeting together, eh? Amy barks out laughing and raises his me here. This is First Sergeant Dimitri, do you copy? Regular Car has shown himself again. Remind the boys at the cave entrance to stay safe. All units prepare for battle. The two of you that I ordered to stand by will return to your position in the rest of 5 minutes. Once Wheel Group will strike for the barrage of location and engage it. After giving his order, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon. You coming too? Of course, or should I wait for the barrage to kill the others one by one and leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements? Pretty badass when you think about it. I'm just stand there, get moving, move on. I don't want to be dragged into 2 piles of scrap metal on the way back. And the back. We support. I don't know why they even give explosion as an option. I really don't think I need anybody else. Oh yeah, the idea of unfortunately it doesn't in real life it isn't really good to have the leaders on the front battle line anymore, but it's the idea. We're having a commanding officer take the lead. Like lead by example. So. Yeah, defeated 2 turns. Heal my waifu. Yeah, it's not practical. Like using the war in Ukraine as the example, the Russian commanders getting killed a lot. So that is a example. It might not be like the best example, but example of why it's not doesn't happen very often. So yeah, the Boja struggles one last time and then gives up the ghost. It's ravaged by slams into the rocky walls and then slowly slams by the gun as the corpse shifts. Its arrow shell peels off, faintly carrying pieces of metal falling from it. They clink wistfully as they hit the floor. Why am I thinking that the collapsed crystals from earlier, what's actually connected under them are bodies, but I can be wrong. That's what I'm assuming. Or some type of body type connection thing. Here, because those are just return indicating that you should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing more. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into the Boja's soft, exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens larger and larger hole in between body, causing nauseated slime and a collapsed crystal ooze out. Ow, that's crazy. Is he trying to dismantle the Bojang? That Bojang? you know, like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their hearts or something. That's way too gross, big sis Kuka. I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up. Because he's reaching in there. Is he really going to pull out his heart? I'm marrying Graham Michi. Stop standing around with your dicks in your hands and help me already, you two. Then we just silent, breaks the silence and calls his men over and speaks quickly to them to help him and large the whole inversion signs and Dimitri's F falls into it. Yeah, I don't know what they're exactly doing. After peeling around for a minute, he emerges, covers it thick and scatters, wipes off the ooze off his mask. That was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the perpetrator back home smelled that bad. What were you looking for? Dimitri quickly answers Kuko's question and said he cleans off the items he found inside the Baruchum. It's a glass box roughly the size one would use to hold a ring inside it. Hold a ring with a small fragment collapsed crystal in it. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside of the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is part near the seams. Looks like the URNC military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap the dog tags in the box, but it seems corroded away. Version food seems to have gone inside the box too. I hope what's inside is okay. What is that? Looks like a card. Or a phone. Oh yeah. Michi opens the box and takes the small chip out. A miniature military sound recorder. The quits deal on the canary means that they are covered in collapsed crystals too. Please note he wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. Crackle, 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 click. This is where Officer Nuclei, overall commander of the 1364th Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC's Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Receive orders from above pouring the environmental survey of this region. So it was him. The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotion filled Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording. I don't have much time. He fell victim to clean ambush or conspire and Purdue Crow were destroyed in the ENC called the Egg Security and NATO. No. What? Neo from Parametrius? Was a Parametrius wiped out a long time ago? Or long ago? Looks like they're still around and they managed to get a new outburst too. Looks like the job security had escorted medical equipment was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition. Seems that they're actually planning to attack us since then. So these bastards were laying in wait all this time. Ricard keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gas. They just are far more complex than they appear on the surface. They are helping Erroneous planting lapsed crystals and carrying out experiments. We did everything we could to obtain their information store on that chip. Howdy, howdy, Daddy Jordan. We made a simple list in the collapsed crystal positions in the security's defense line. We tried to get our troops who could still fight to make it out. Most of us are affected by the ELIDs. Our guys are suffering from the sickness. We're almost out of ammo. We probably won't make it out of here. Actually, by tenses up from anger, he is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding. Mr. Commander doesn't seem well. Be quiet, keep listening. Gordon keeps playing, but the sound quietly keeps getting worse. It seems like the Mechty's body is reaching its limits too, because he's coughing non-stop. This is the one in the purification work is under threat. The final aim of the Magus security and nucleus is unclear, so we need to preserve this chip. For that reason, we'll fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we make it back. Everything we've lost. I once saw a report when it collapsed. Elementary blooms near a carbon-based life form have a higher chance of turning into evolutions. I hope it's correct. Might sound ridiculous, cough. This is the only way. He's going to kill himself and somebody like puts it into his body. I hope I were to find this. Upset the news in this trip will make it out. Yeah. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anybody who finds it, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings. It's sad overall. We are soldiers of the UR and C's of our known purpose. Written projects are reports. We have never once bowed our heads, nor we will ever. Deep. The recording ends for a while. The darkness mine is silenced. Men from the story courts are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from the 404 look at the corpses of the Borosian. They just called and recalled the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody could confirm the true origins of the Borosian. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit. But there is no doubt that in life it was the toughest thing in this region. A veritable walking fortress. Andres, can you read the trip's contents? Oh my. Watermelon.
試してみるね。
It's a standard military issue, but its exterior is
だいぶ
is
傷んでる
damaged,
から中
and
身が
I'm
無
not
事か
sure
は
if
わからない
I
けど
can describe what's inside. Not the normal stuff. Why? Is it hard to hear or something? I think I tweak my audio stuff.
ディミトリー総長、
Yeah.
チップを見せていただけますか？
Mr. Dimitri, could I take a look at that chip? Dimitri glanced at the enders, then picks the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word.
一部は
yeah.
解析できたけど、残りは
So I have a voice changer to only like slightly change my voice, only like slightly. So, I still need to like fix certain things with it. I bought a new mic and everything, thinking that was the issue, but I don't know if it's my PC CPU usage, but I don't think that's that either. Probably like something else. So, it is what it is. And I decrypt parts of it, but we'll need a professional for the rest.
中のデータは
Also,
保護
this
され
chip
て
is
る。
right perfected, so we cannot back up its contents or transmit them.
解析できた部分だけ見
Just
せ
show me
て。
the parts that you can decrypt.
了解。
Of course, later. Andreas shares a portion of the data which we can decrypt with Kuka's via a level 2 connection.
これはメール
Are
の
these email logs? And birds of the feather flock together as they say.
何が分かった
And what did you find? All embers of rage is soldering, and Dimitri's eyes, he seemed to have calmed down.
マグニセキュリテ
They
ィ
found logs of emails exchanged between Megaserie and the so-called Czech Aphelion.
摂取なんだ
Say what?
今回あんたたち
It'd be
に
easier
薬品を
to
提
think
供
of
した
them
み
as
た
the
いよ。
suppliers of the medical products you are using.
これを見る限り
However, right now they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company.
何が言いたいんだもったい
Stop
ぶるな
cock teasing me and get to the point.
ロレンは浄化授
In
業
order
推
to
進のた
progress the
め
original perfection
イエロー
work,
エリアに
the
多くの調査隊を
URNC
派遣
has
してきた。
dispatched multiple teams deep in the yellow zone
得ら
seeking
れ
to
たデータ
acquire
が
among
規制
those
に見合って
surveys.
いるとは言い難い。
However, their losses are severe and the data they send back isn't very ideal.
今までの犠牲
Because of these casualties have been classified under certain environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right?
たまに
Yeah,
マ
well,
ネ
they're
アが今回のマグに
partially
見せる
caused by
人的
human
なもの
elements like the valve our organizers like Megasphere. They're responsible for fewer than 15% of our team's losses.
問題はそこよ。
Well, that's the problem.
自分の目で確か
You
め
should
なさい。
probably see for yourself. As I knew to project the email log after quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes. Probably like 50 to like 80% now.
こいつら
Those people are fucking insane. They are that. With the asymmetric versus outlook, the other two Derby Corps troops move in to take a look.
パラデルスとマグニが
Wait, so parents and mayors are operating in the areas other than this one?
メールに書かれた場所聞
I
いた
heard
こと
of
があるぞ
one of the locations mentioned in these files. One of my
発見
buddies
されたんだ
who went through boot camp with me was posted there, and then I never heard from him again.
これはあくまで一部に過
As
ぎ
part
な
of the
いが
email log, in all likelihood, there's more
さらに解析すれば
encrypting evidence of the secret activities
や
and
つらの暗殺する証拠がわんさか出てくるでしょう
the
ね。
parts that we haven't decrypted yet.
コーラプスクリスタルの用途は明言されて
Also,
ない
while
け
we're
ど
not,
このメールから
also
大体
while
の
we're
結論は得られる。
not sure how exactly these collapse curses are being used, there's one thing that we can be sure of on these
パラデ
emails.
ウスはコーラプス放射線に関する
It's
人体
conducting
実験を
human
行っていて、コーラ
experimentation
プスクリスタルは放射線量を
with
調節
collapse
するために
variation, and those collapse crystals are used to
実験に
adjust
使
corrupt
われる人間の大半が洗脳されたユナイタスといったと
intensely.
ころかしら。
The subjects are, for the most part, derived and brainwashed. You and me,
かなり大掛かりだね。
sounds like a big project and just by nucleus paper. I take it that they're buried a ton of them.
他にもいっぱいあるってこと？だからそのため
That's why we need help from external arms personnel.
グリーンエリアで活動
The
してる
spirit here,
セキュリティがイエローエリア
EMC that
に
usually
長期的に
operates in the
鎮
green
圧
zone
削除
should
になれば
allow
疑い
attention
の
if
目
they
は避
sent
けられ
people
ない
into the yellow
でも
over a long period of
親会
time,
社
but
の
if
物
they
資
were
輸送
transferring
代
goods
行
or
や
exporting
研究者の護送といった名目な
or
ら
escorting
問題には
research
ならない
personnel on expedition to gather samples would be the perfect cover.
この規模の動きを
There's no way that URNC would have noticed personnel movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure they have people in the URNC that, and they have control over the policy to some extent.
この証拠を上に提
I
出
need
し
to
て
get this info and evidence to my superiors and let them handle this.
このイカれた連中を
One
生
day
かして
these
おけれ
fuckers draw breath and another day that the world is in chaos.
奴らの犠牲
And I
を無駄
won't
に
let
させてたまる
the
か
deaths of our comrades be in vain either.
このチップには
The chip's
高度な
very
セキュリティと
strong
次回シス
written
テムが内
protection
包さ
and
れ
is
ています次回の条
the
件
chip
には
has a very strong
内容の
written
複製
protection
も
and
含
has
ま
a
れます
self-destruct pavilion
今はチップそのもの
which
の
will
保
trigger
全
if
を優
it's
先した方が良さそうですね
along with other things. Right now, all I can do is physically get the chip out of here.
ああ
Yeah, I know.
とにかく
In any
入り
case,
口の連中と
we'll
合
be
流して
meeting up with
出
our
発準備
guys
に
at
取
the
り掛か
mine
る
entrance. We need to head there as soon as possible. And just hand Mechty the chip. He returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the boat run by one last time without saying anything and then leaves without looking back.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
Victory. Text. How much rolls do I have? I like enough for one and a few more. See my luck. I have no gotcha luck. So. May not the door. Maybe she not eluded me. Okay, never mind. Ah. Why you do this to me, game? I like all of them except her. Like the only one I'm missing. Only one I'm missing right now. Probably do this off streams and then roll again. Ow. Two hours ago. And we transferred the activation permissions for the collapsed crystallizers.
承知いたしました
Right. Blue Spear. Blue Spear studies the screen before her coldly and then begins entering the series of commands. Yeah. I like do that nowadays. If I don't get the pull I want, I just single pull. Unless actually most of them gives you pity or at least single point out, which I am is very nice.
はい。起動するか否か、いくつ起動するか、いつ起動するかは私が判断いたします。
Does have a script in it? I don't even know. Control over the activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated. Let's see, dangers given the number of crystals and the radiation density is going to exceed 10,000 bear bronze. Those are black zone levels.
回収。
Our top priority is recovering the item and limiting any wet methods.
これは市場命令です。
Ah, nice. I need to get lucky and get the character. Well, she's coming up in the next banner, right? So I can, get a bat chick or a vampire chick person. If I get lucky, I can get Jane Doe with not, unlucky, I guess. If we cannot recover the chip and eliminate the survey or send the 404 by the time the deadline is reached, then this will be our fail-safe plan. The spirit's response to Mugen security is cold and love, and as thought, the simple, savage, insane plan is one that is reserved for when there's absolutely no other choice. However, this is not the case. She suddenly studies the file and it was written a long time ago, even before the very first crystallizer was installed. It's titled the Hohenheim plan, named after the first picture he made took of darkness. Yeah, like I said, bat, and then if I get bat, I'll roll for rat. If I don't hit bat, I can't roll for rat. So, and I'll say for the next banner, wherever the characters show up then. So, and now the darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. Radiation spectacle will draw attention of the oversight department. We might be in danger too. And make sure you succeed so that there is no need to activate the fail-safe. You talk like it's so easy. I do believe that Aphelion should told you that I am the main of this operation. If you cannot obey if you do not obey orders, then I will have you replaced by somebody who will. The plan will not be meaningfully impacted by the loss of one person. Also, your previous mention led us to using our best opportunity to wipe out the survey or stiff bashment in one fell swoop. You were also unable to recover the objective beforehand during your previous encounter with the Bojan. The Bojan moves fast and it has a wide range. We pursued it for nearly 300 kilometers. Mugen feels a twinge of pain and said as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men had been chasing the Bojan. It was as though that thing was intelligent and intently avoiding his forces and circling around them. But then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mind-lost beast. We also split our forces to dismantle the base station and eliminate any vagabonds and bounty hunters we found. And then we also encountered the Survey Corps reinforcements after that. They had a good commander with them. He could have taken us out. It doesn't matter, if Ian will not tolerate mistakes or the people who makes them. Why you? Pardon me. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the Ninja Sierra who gives up on trying to defend himself. Have you found the targets yet? Zero code and 44 are hiding in the disused Urban salt mine. According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the ruin, and the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take all out at once. That time to like suck it in of her how she looks now until the spoiled bit gets shown. Of course. So, how long will that take? 3 days at least until the ruin mine is quite large and we haven't surveyed it after planting the collapsed crystals in there, so we don't know the interior layout well. Also, they could be anywhere inside. We'll need time to find and kill them. That's too slow. One of the optimal strategy, if you knew all the entrances, just destroy all entrances but one, or something. They probably don't even know all the entrances to the mine. So you are in C's early course reform, and you'll cease operations and leave as soon as possible. When that happens, this place will become a dead zone, and the zone that they won't even be able to enter. By limiting them, we also have we'll have more time to recover the mission objective. Are you really going to use that plan? I might not have to. Only if they gathered up and found their location. Only if they were gathered up and I could find their location, how long would it take for you to deal with them? Given the difference in their numbers and equipment, it would only take a half a day. The Zerker was fairly understated to begin with, and that is already really one. If we can find it, we can quickly kill it quickly. Problem is that for dolls, we'd have eliminated the ghost array during that file if it wasn't for them. I'll take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the Survey Corp and the Bojo. That looks for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls? I have my ways. Secure the salt mine and it's around the surrounding area before I arrive. Every exit must be watched. Yeah. Once they attempt to escape, you are not to engage with them without orders from me. Understood. Also, have you found the Surrey Corps members who split off from the main body? Pretty much. Pretty much. I believe I've already told you to get rid of them before I arrived. Everyone isn't angry, but the coldness in their voice is more terrifying than the mere anger. We found them all. It's just that there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. I sent my guys over. Good. Pick up the pace. Bosun hangs up and then he picks up the call from Kun. Are you there yet? I'll reach there in another hour and a half. Good. I want to confirm something with you, that you are and these reinforcements will arrive in a day's time. Will you make it in time? At the moment, yeah. However, I need to activate the mines crystallizers. As for the other crystallizers, that will depend on the outcome of this operation. That's fine. The sword is in your hands, Blue Smith. How to swing it, it's up to you. However, the queen pauses for a moment and then her voice grows cold. If a glider does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors. Also, don't forget that we also receive explicit instructions that have been The evidence must be recovered from the mission to be considered complete. Just eliminating the personnel is nowhere near enough.
承知しております。
Understood. In that case, all the best in your mission, Vestige. I look forward to your triumphant return. I don't know why, but my thumb hurts. I don't know if something got under my nail or something. I had to cut pickle, and I guess the vinegar or stuff got in it, and then now it just stings. I guess it's my fault, I guess, in the long term, or short term, whatever you want to call it. Dang. Dimitri and the 4-4 return to the mine and just where he shares what he found with the others men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and what about Mingja's security arrangements with Premier Status, just about every person. Everyone present is filled with anger. No, we can't die here. Yep, right now, all of us have crucial information.
仲間の血と引き換えに手に入れたんだ。あいつらの声を外に届けなくちゃならね
This information was won by the sweat and toils of our brothers. They gave their lives to bring it to us. We also have to make sure we carry their voices out of the godforsaken place. Yeah.
え。あいつらを
And the people who killed them,
踏みにじったくせ
who are harming the world even now, must be punished for what they have done.
その通りです。
Aim straight, we'll shield them.
そうだそうだ。
That's right, just give the word, Sarge.
これからどうする
What we'll do now.
これより
This is our upcoming operation is called
作戦について説明する
the name Smoke Signal.
今後は数チーム
After
に
this,
分
we'll
かれ
break up into groups and then scatter.
詳細
We
は
will
全
send
員の
the
端末に送っておいて
details to your terminals. Receive the long
定め
and
られたルートへ出発しろ
indicated routes.
たった一人でもいい
If just one of us gets out of here or
してこ
finds
こを出て
a usable base station, we win.
俺たちの勝ちだ作戦成功が最優先だ
Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yeah, Sarge. Well, I guess that's the reason we'll plan unless they have all the exits guarded. So,
お前たちを部下に持ったことを
I'm proud to have served with men like you.
いいか
Remember,
最後の最後まで生きる
everyone,
ことを
achieve your
諦める
mission with all your might. Despair not until your last breath. Don't let go of your lives or your beliefs. Yes, Sergeant. The men are flared up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 444 once. He doesn't look annoyed or dispenseful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and recorder to Fuka.
チップは404が持
Take care of this 404. I'll arrange for my best guys to go with you.
一番優秀な奴らをお前らに同行させる
私たちは
You want us to hold this onto this?
あ
Yeah, right now
あ
the Circo is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to make it through those Minjin bastards on in a straight fight. We'll need to find some way to ambush or surprise them.
お前らに
That's why
ベストだ
that's why I think giving the chip and record to you is the best course of action. Lucas hesitates for a moment and then accepts the box. Understood.
ここは放射線まみれだイスコーラップスストームやマグリのクソどもが襲ってきて
This place is heavily radiated and the corpse storm could create mine. Plus, those fuckers are bound to launch an attack. So if And I'm saying if the Mechty lowers his voice,
同行する人
if
間
the
が
guys with you get hurt or
シ
killed,
ンバリを
or
伝え
if
る状況になった
they
と
stay
想像
behind,
するな
recover your safe, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out here. That's your top priority.
ディミトリーさんは一緒に来ないんですか？
You mean you're not going to come with us, Mr. Dimitri?
俺が
Me? Hell no.
残った仲間たちと白星を挙げに行かねえとな
I gotta lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no passing the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit.
ですが
But
勝利は万に一つもないのよ。
you have no chance of winning.
来るかい。そんな風に言わなくても。
Kuka, you didn't have to be so. Dimitri doesn't flare up like the usual upon hearing Kuka's flat denial and said he laughs. Like I said, you don't know shit. You think humans are dumbasses that only listen to what they want to hear?
何が言いたいの？
What do you mean?
ここにいる誰もが
Of all of us here down to the colleges who just enlisted, we all know the odds of making out live are slim. Hell, even if the reinforcements from the survey corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either.
通信障害にマグニが一枚噛んでるのは
I'm pretty damn sure those
行った連中も
Ninja cunts are
生きちゃいねえ
jamming our signals, and nobody knows how many of our boys who want to set up the base stations are still alive either.
基地局を探すにせよ
So yeah, either then hope we find a base station or
俺たち
that we can make it out into the open to contact the brass. I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure.
でも多く潰せりゃ
If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's a cherry on top too.
お前らがチップを
Remember,
持ち帰る
if you get that chip out, we win.
俺たちは勝つ
でも人形
But
たち
you're
が
already,
本
but
当に
you're,
死んじゃうんだよ。
you are really going to die, you know. It's not like with dolls.
死にたいやつなんざ一人もいねえぞ
You think we don't want to live.
だが
But you know what?
命を張ら
When
なきゃなん
the
ねえ
time
時に
comes, we'll
主
make
事
our
故る
deaths
やつも
count.
いね
None of us is going to back down from that.
え俺たちの死が
The most important thing is that if we die, it won't be a joke. Those fuckers will tear over the tea and biscuits. Oh, what the hell are you grinding your gears about? I guess tin cans will be tin cans. It's not like it'll do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happens to us. Got it. After seeing Kuka put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up. We move out in a half an hour. Belly is not an option for the mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Well, I think it's like the meme of, every man with a last stand type thing. So, which I can't disagree with, so. Like the man, gets left behind to hold the enemy off while everybody else lives. Type thing. So. As the soldiers shout their 7 that definitely bells the air and every man's collapse radiation figure glows with a ominous red light.
放射線量が急上昇しています。
Radiation levels rising rapidly. What the fuck is it now? Everyone check your seals on your suits.
コーラプス粒子 子
Give
の
them
流
in
れ
the
から
collapse part. Over 90% of them are coming from
コード
inside the
内から流
mine.
出したものと推測。ディミトリー、今すぐ脱出して。
Dimitri, you need to get out of here now.
そうだな。
Yeah.
総員列
I hear this operation signal begins now.
各隊はそれぞれのルートから
Augers,
突破しろ
move as planned. Keep
エリア
regional
通
comms
信回
clear.
線を維持
And once you leave the
通信間の
conference,
範囲を超え
your
て
players
各隊長の指示に従
are
え
in charge. Yes, Sergeant.
404をはじめと
So
する
far as a core team, you leave within 10 minutes.
404
Make sure you keep the chip safe for
絶対に守
4.
り抜け
言われるまでもない
Of。course we will. However, just as they were finished, Gears checks and those shadows and the night pours in and surrounds them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement. Where did all these ELIDs come from?
多分
Probably drawn here by the high levels of collapse radiation.
ディミトリー、後ろ
And
に
we
下が
take
って。
him in
援護を
out
お
and
願い。
pull back so we can support us.
404、戦
Or
闘
for
中。
prepare
息
for
袋を
combat,
迎撃する
or
わ。
prepare for battle and get ready to intercept the ELIDs. Oh. Of course, I can just deploy these little things. I guess I just like the turn more, even though the explosive one was probably better there.
星々よ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。
Howdy, howdy, Franco. How are you?
降参するのは今のうちよ。
Ha. Or for in the survey corps put all up a valiant resistance, but then they are forced to be a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to the 404 performing part of the LEDs in the mine, another temporary clear away, but they still can hear the howling of the ELIDs horde some distance away. They take advantage of this brief rest spread to rest and reload. Eh,
ここって
this is just an
生き物の
ELID
養殖場なの。
factory or something.
この生産量
The spawn rate is way too high. They just keep coming
から霧まで
big
次
and
から
small
次へと。
in one continuous
なんで一
wave.
斉に出てこないのさ。この辺りにいる生き袋。
I guess it's that the nearby LEDs are all drawn in.
近くの生き袋
We
は
may
殲滅
have
できた
cleared
けど
out ones around here, but judging by the audio signal, there are many ELIDs near the mine
でも近
entrance,
づけない
so we
よ。
can't escape that way. But if we continue staying here, we'll have to contend with the raising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels.
コーラプス粒子の拡散
What's
状
the
況は
collapse particle situation like?
風の影響で
Their spread rate is
元の速
influenced
度を
by the
維持
wind,
した
so
ま
it's
ま拡
coming,
散してる。
it's continuing at the original rate.
おかしいよ。
The strange thing is the
粒子が拡
radiation
散してるのに放射
density
線量が
isn't
下がらない
dropping with the spread distance, which means
粒子の総量が増えてるんだわ。
the actual amount of radiation is increasing.
増えてる？
Using the way there are collapse particle generating
コーラプス粒子
themselves are
自分で増
something.
殖できるの？クルカイ隊長。
They're Kukai. Andreas does not use her vocalized article for this, instead she requested calm down with Kukai on level 2. Thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying most of the event so far. I haven't done the minigame and stuff, but the story is nice. So yeah. He looked squarely at the nearby soldiers from the survey corps. They lost even more people during the fight just now. After realizing what Indras had in mind, Ku was switched to level 2. Kukai switched to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong? The predicted to have been compromised in the fight just now. and we don't have enough materials to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. Federation, and she keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on. How much longer until Federation potentially reach its critical values? With the curve for spread and potentially upticks remaining constants about 2 hours. Take the two of them and keep watching nearby and get as much information on surrounding conditions as possible, and then out the number of EIDs nearby. Will do. After ending the transmission, Kuka heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the blood from their journey has mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their rugged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, has just finished encouraging the men. He's standing against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone. Dimitri, you. Everyone who's alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems. The radiation levels are raising. We cannot stay here for long. I now give my bro Brett some time to catch their breath. He pauses and then glances. His glances settles on the radiation center. Who causes holding? How much time do we have left? 2 hours. Right, 2 hours. When she falls silent, he looks at his men sailing in a group. He seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but he clenches his fist, trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady. Suddenly there's a violent shaking, salt particles from the rock that, like Iris now, Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the wall. Was that an earthquake? Not far away, Andreas, who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance. There was an explosion. Explosion. What happened? I'm not sure the exact reason, but part of the pipes on the walls, the ones that belt supply uranium with natural gas, appears to have ruptured. It's very likely the pipes in the other areas contained compressed gas that wasn't cleared. The LIDs broke the pipes containing the gas to leak, which led to an explosion. A gas leak, a single explosion could have created an impact like that. Perhaps there was multiple explosions once. We need to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason. It never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andrew approaches the two of them and glances at the sensor. Well, it's not entirely bad, Mr. Dimitri. Do you even know what the situation is right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes. This is no joke. Andrew projects the data from the sensor. The wind speed within the tunnel has slowed, probably because the explosion created a collapse within them. As a result, the collapse particle that have spread has slowed considerably. This way we'll have more time to clear the eye of these before we leave. Of course, we need to think of a way to patch up your suits first. The truth is, I was thinking the sector inside the furnace and myself and flourishing ones. In addition, the barbarians, a million knights were attracted in this reason. Perhaps there's some supplies left behind. Dimitri realized he was wrong about Andreas and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat. You're right. What I mean to say was, you dolls are always able to analyze things so clearly regardless of the current situation. Well, that's because we are machines that only run on algorithms after all. demonstrates his eyes and really after hearing the good news, he scratches his head in embarrassment, and his spirits seem to have blasted all help. So, up next, we should go investigate what's going on in the tunnel and come with the next plan while looking for usable supplies. That's right, however, the radiation level in tunnels are still very high, and certain regions might exceed your suit's tolerance. In contrast, that we dolls do fear certain degrees of risk from high radiation, but we still can move further until radiation tender reasons 10,000 barabines. Yeah. Well, like I said, somebody shipped them too on X/Twitter, and people got angry. So yeah. Yuka doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Demetria looks away and lowers his voice. You'll stay here. You can handle the scouting. Yeah, the LEDs in the tunnels haven't been cleared yet. Should I station a dollar to help out? Yeah, it's only our suits that are damaged. Besides, we got our guns and bayonets. We should hold out for a bit. Alright. And then just contact Vicky and Mechty. Get them up. Get them together up. We'll be exploring the tunnels. Roger. Yeah.
素晴らしい戦術でした。指揮官、勝ち時の歌を奏でさせていただきます。
What's this? I have enough for one roll. I'm still tempted to keep single rolling. Single roll. No, I want to close it. This is not what I wanted. I have like another 40 until I hit pity again. $10 days. A happy Easter day to you too. Yeah, I think I walked into Walmart and saw a whole bunch of stuff they were moving from Easter. So I don't know if I want the Easter stuff, to be honest. Or leave. Mechty rubs his forehead and glances over at Sir Raymond, who are huddled together, and discusses something quietly. There's barely a concealed worry and fear in their eyes. Fins of blood would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before the dolls, right? We need to live for the sakes of our fallen threats, but bye. Their families are waiting for their news, and we need to take care of them too. I'm becoming candy. True. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like a gummy person, but like more of a chocolate person. Like the chocolate eggs and stuff like that. Also the chocolate bunnies. So, but yeah, I'm like a chocolate person. So sweet and sour gummies, I would like definitely say yes. And stuff like that. But yeah. Hey, hold on a minute. Look guys, a signal. It's a signal. Reaper holding his terminal is lied that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He clearly points out to the monitor that is on his communicator. Yeah, Reese's eggs. Peanut butter and chocolate's like a good combo. To be fair, I think you can put peanut butter on a lot of things and it'll taste alright. If it's like a unique flavor. That's a solid. Not like putting in soup or like in pasta or something. Yeah.
もしかしたら
I was thinking maybe we could go check the guys who went to set the base stations might still be alive, so we're saved, aren't we?
俺たち助かったんですよね総長
Tubers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possible surge. They all cry around forgetting that they have terminals of their own.
変だぞ
No, that's not right. That signal isn't on our line, is it?
構うもんか
The fuck is this signal means we can contact the outside world? Don't
総長が言ってたじゃないで
just
す
sort
か
of say the backup will be arriving soon.
合流さえできれば
Once we meet up with them, we won't need to fear them danger or Aphelions or whatever.
落ち着け
Then this might be an enemy trap. It will be revealed if we respond in fellowship two-way
こちら
communication
の位置が
link.
割れるぞだからって
Oh, we won't,
諦めるんですか
and we just give up on that, right? I've seen my
半年も息子に会ってないんです
boy in half a year, Sarge. Just as the imagery is torn between what to do next, the terminal watch team receives the signal, picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still ongoing. The Montatoris dial tone echoes in the cover while the communicator's terminal notification keeps flashing. After thinking for a minute, Dimmer pressed a few buttons on the terminal and silently stares at the transmission with 4 the original comms frequency. After that, he accepts the second button. The main link is sexually established and an Gregorian voice speaks over the line. Greetings, first Sarge Dimitri.
誰だ
Who's this? Dimitri hears a beep indicating that the information has been secretly shared with 404. I am the doll in command of the Ninja Security Department. You may be address me as Blue Beta. His face twists in savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath and tries to speak as calmly as possible.
何の用だ
What the hell do you want?
投稿してはいただけませんか
I would like to request your surrender.
くたばれこのクソが
Angry Russian.
落ち着いてくださ
I
い
believe you should calm yourself first to Sergeant Dimitri.
口論は時間を無駄にするだけです
Arguing will only waste time, which is something
あなた
you
方
do
に
not
与え
have.
た時間はごくわずかそれに
In addition, Lucifer pauses for a moment.
これは我々の
This
ネットワ
network
ー
you're
ク
currently using is under my control.
あ
Your
なた方は使用
communications
権限を
are
与えられ
severely
た
recorded and only effective within a limited range.
先ほど通信ジャミングを
I've
確
just
認
detected
そ
attempt
して
to jam this information and accept a attempt from 404 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions.
聞こえていますね
Isn't that right, First Sergeant Dimitri, who has shared this call with 404 in the calls and fitted with the 416 firearm, who accepted to call for help?
放射線のシャワーを
Unless, of course, you want the radiations to raise more quickly.
やっぱりあんた
So
たち
all this was your doing. Yeah.
もっと穏便にことを
I hope to deal with you in a more simple manner. That was just merely because I had no other option. In truth, the actions you took have exceeded my expectation and caused no small amount of disruption in the progress of my mission.
妨げられているのです ここはお互い
Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for us. For all of us.
歩み寄るだと
Easier. Who the fuck do you think you're kidding?
そこで待って
You
ろ
better hide and pray I don't find you with this ass.
そちらにとって証明
The
書
head-on corner is the worst-case scenario which your side needs to avoid at all costs. If things came to that, I'm absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you.
行動の入り口もすべて爆破で塞がっています
The
態度は
entrance to the mines have always been demolished. You have nowhere to run. I knew that was going to happen.
入り口を爆破
You blew them up? You blew them up?
わざわざ爆
Even
薬
though
を用意
Chicken
する
says
なん
that
て
would be the
ご苦労
only
様だこと
ever wasting ammunition and surprise.
言ったでしょ
Like I said, I like this ocean to be solved quickly and exponentially.
それな
Yet you are constantly creating new complications for me. I dislike unexpected, and also do my employers.
言いたいことがあるな
Get
ら
to the fucking point and stop nickering to the sounds of your own voice. I believe I have made my objective very clear. I will repeat myself. I would like you to surrender. The tracer we planted on the Brojum has been destroyed. Since you are still alive, I take it you have already called it. No, that is not important. I want what you have. If you hand over the chip and the recording device, you may state your terms.
死に腐ってろ
I often dream of electric sheep.
これにはな
I've got the evidence of all your crimes right here. Like hell, I'm going to hand it over to you. The former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces. In 2064, when General Carr and U.S. hardliners lost power, as a member of said hardliners, you were transferred to the Southern Military District. In 2067, you were transferred to the Perfect Zone W 2067-0341, part of the 775th Railway Defense Force. In 2068, you were demoted to first sergeant for retaining constipated I can't say it. Confiscated property without permission.
何のつもりだ
What are you getting at? I've briefly summarized your background. You are a much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade Nikolai. If you agree to my request, I can spare you, and I can agree the survival of your men while your communications and personal freedom will be regulated to some extent is cruel to death. Humans only have one life. I hope you will cherish yours. The hand imagery is holding the terminal with trembles. Please give me your answer within 10 minutes. That same applies to the hide for 4. This is not a concern for us. Your terms is in the ballad. We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend your terms of your mission. To my knowledge, while you're unregistered Dallas affiliate with an OMFA, you are primarily mercenaries who work for money. My employer can match your client's price providing you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your neuroclass logs corresponding to this time period. Please give me a concrete answer. A reply and information will constitute acceptance of this cooperation. Even though you are the only second-gen dolls, you are still dolls. And as such, you should not be swayed by your emotions. I hope you'll make a correct assessment of the facts and make the logical choice. Your intelligence is not accurate. What? Rule and regulation for Hyde for members. Commissions Article 1. Unless commission is cancelled or a client violates the terms of commissions, no mission in progress may be aborted under any circumstance. Rules are made to be followed. Nobody can break them. This includes me, the squad leader. And besides, Kuka paused for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful. As a lethal, I am sick and tired of listening to a tinker like you who only knows how to follow orders. Whisper clearly did not expect this response from Kukla, besides her channel, because the channel goes silent. Good. God damn, this is the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Now then, Walls or whatever the fucking name is, lesson up. You're right, we only have one life, but how we live it is, and where we live it is up to us. Yeah. Two tin cans yapping to each other. So if you want my life, you can come and take it, but there's the thing, you can't do it right now, can you? I have the fullest confidence of doing so. If you do, then why blow the minds entrances? When sending your bully boys in to take us to be easier? The way I see it is there's only a couple of reasons why you wouldn't do things that way. One, you don't actually have much of the firepower, and you don't have much control of the collapse particles, which means everything you just said was a blah. Two, you're stalling for time because you're too far from our little cave, or perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. And as I can recall, those months of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought with them earlier. And you want to bluff on an empty hand with me? Oh, shut up. I was hustling when you were still a fucking square in the pickle box. What a shame for such Mechty. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. So, I look forward to meeting you later. The transmission ends and the signal cuts off shortly after. In her vehicle, Blue Sphere checks the call duration. Have you found them? Sure. Yes, I have their location locked down. Recreate your men and focus your fireball. Do not move your sentries from each of my interests. This includes the ones that you already blasted shut. The firewall within the collapse crystal inside the tunnel complex has already fully released. Incineration potentially won't go up too much anytime soon. Do you think I'll just try to reposition if they get the chance? A remaining survivors will not allow them to attempt large movements. The LIDs remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them. Alright, been about an hour. Do not make any mistakes until then. Understood. Boing. And there's a lot. Before it heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine, expected relaxing chat. I'll be a BRB real quick, actually. I am back.
お姉ちゃん
Big sis.
試してみたけど
I tried clearing the rocks away, but there are too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we'll get rid of them.
アンドリス
Andres, can you use your big gun to clear a path for us? Well, clear a path. Why did I say for us? Andreas doesn't respond eagerly to Google like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have a blue screen either. Clearly, she is distracted by something.
アンドリス
Andres,
古川
is there something the matter later, Kuka?
何か気づいたの
Do you know something? If you're having
情報の
trouble
整理を私
processing
に
it, you
任せ
can
て
transfer the information and your progress to me.
う
Nope, I just get a
ん不安になっちゃって
feeling a little uneasy. I feel a little uneasy.
さっきの通信
It's about the transmission just now, as well as the condition of the Surrey Corps troopers.
彼らならしばらくは
They'll be fine for now.
ブルースフィアの
As
言
for
葉を
Blue
信じる
Spirit,
な
she
ら
says that she's much rather take the chip and record directly, so we need to investigate our surroundings and replenish our supplies and come up with a plan to hold
このま
her
まじゃ
off
反
and
撃計画が
counter
立てられ
attack.
ない相手の戦力は不明よ
We don't know how strong she is, but 4-4 needs to be ready to fight her.
違うの
No, I mean, I'm worried about the effect of
ブ
Blue
ルー
Spirit's
スフィアの
words
言ったことが調
words
査隊
might
の
have
人たちに
on
影
the
響してない
troopers.
か心配で
Howdy, nuclear boss. I have no word on that, so yeah, keep you probably should make a Twitter page about the game. So where's my SVD? So,
あいつが言ったこと
okay, are you talking about Blue Spirit's terms?
それなら私と
Dimitri and I've already
はっきり
rejected
断っ
them.
たじゃない
We will not be cooperating with them under any circumstances.
知ってる
And but the leader, I've met a lot of humans in the
グ
green
リ
zone,
ーン
and
エリアで
humans
いろんな
aren't
人間
like
に会っ
us.
てきたからわかるのやっぱディミトリーさんの言葉も
I believe in Mr. Dimitri, and I believe the troopers that
本物だ
have
と
left
信
and
じて
bleed
る
for the fallen friends, but everyone has their weak sides,
人
and
間
if they
は
feel
誰しも
easy
弱さがある
about this, it might spread.
弱さは不安を生んで不安は感染してゆく知ってるでもねグリーンエリアでいろんな人間に会ってきたからわかるのやっぱり私たちと人間は違うブルースフィアの目的はわ
I
からない
don't know what Blue Spirit's aim is, but for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us must have felt like a lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. You got a point. They were already trying to take the easy way out before this, and now its alternative shows itself as single person giving into his weakness might lead to everyone turning traitors. You should be careful, big sis. We'll really be finished if they pretend to put up a fight while they're secretly working with Blue Spirit. She picks the moment to yawn to point to the tears of bleed building up at the corner of her eyes, and then reaches up to rub them clean.
こんな時に眠くなるな
How
ん
can
て
you even be sleepy at a time like this?
しょうがない
I'm
じゃん
tired. This mission is so
今回の
tiring.
任務本当にしんどいんだもん余計なことは考え
Don't
なくてい
worry
い
about that for now. We have the chip and the recorder,
私たち
so
は持ってる
no matter what happens, this,
調査隊が
no
どう
matter
決
what
断
the
しよう
Surrey
と
Corps decides to
私たち
do,
には
it
影
won't
響しない
affect
が
our current mission. Looks around.
美容家
Oh, set the alarm here in case
ネ
of
ット
no.
ワークにはつなげなくていい
I said salt through here. Don't use network alarm.
最大
The
音量
moment
で
it picks up
警報を鳴らしな
motion,
さい
have it do as much noise as possible. I don't think they don't trust him anymore. It's trusting everybody, anyone he commands now. Like, I think this type of situation, only one person needs to be turned traitor to make things incredibly inconvenient for everyone. So yeah. 'Cause I'm pretty sure Dimitri would like go down with the ship, and that everybody in 4 knows that. So yeah.
捜索任務を続けるわよ。
We'll keep exploring the area, considering what the boosters did just now. They're going to move in soon. All we can do until then is to learn as much about the tunnels as we can. But yeah, I think that's why it is. Or for searches around the location of the mine's room, while keeping track of the time and their distance from the survey group. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned. We've been searching for almost 2 hours, right? There's pretty much nothing here. I figured that they went around cleaning out all the assets in the sanctuary room when they went bankrupt, so everything useful and valuable probably taken away long ago. Looks like all that effort was for nothing. It was entirely fruitless. And there's pets of pipe besides her. These pipes still have natural gas in them. It's self-rely in the white ground. What is it even used for anyway? Are we going to have the secret corpse? Guys, take a hot bath. Besides the golden hair sensor, there's only a little left inside. The main storage tanks have already been emptied out, so if we tried to sell this day to avoid some gas company, they'd probably turn their nose up at us. But they're actually really lucky, aren't we? We're actually really lucky, aren't we? Natural gas explodes, right? Since the pipes are so old, they'd probably be leaky too, right? But they're all fine even after we bought the brew room and all those ELIDs and all. All these humans are such morons. Everything was so running fine, but they still didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now they're all dangerous gas in here. You just have to sniff to tell where there aren't any leaks. It's not necessarily true. Natural gas only has a smell when the odor is added to it. It's colorless and odorless and of itself. Nowadays, they don't use natural gas in yellow zones, so most people and adults don't have anything to detect it with. That makes it fairly dangerous. So you don't have to worry, natural gas only comes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place, the amount of stored gas, there's pretty no chance of explosion. Yeah. We should call you ENVTuber or something. Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Indra is like those isekai series. Green Zone Satellite says make heavy use of natural gas, so the handbook of our gravity area employees have detailed rules and regulations for working with gas. That's how I knew it. Right, that's enough talk about trivia. That's irrelevant to the mission. Everyone's stay alert and carry on. I'm reaching a fork in the road and your cinema comes to a halt. Hang on, later, I found something. What is it? It's been monitoring collapse radiation intensely all this time. The levels in this area are lower than in other areas. Could it be that the collapsed particles haven't spread here yet? And just runs a simulation on collapsed particles spread rate with the wind speed factors and 5-minute intervals. Well, do later. Here I have the results. Particle density here is fairly low, while their velocity is quite high, and they're all moving in a similar direction. Found it at last. What did you find? an exit. If the particles are moving fast, there must be wind. And since wind doesn't occur naturally in the mine, there must be some opening outside nearby allowing it in. Well, I see. Close throat. You must have learned it from an anime or something. I'll go find the exit now. Just wait for a good news, big sis Kuka. But that brief runs off into the passage on the left. Eh? We didn't even tell her which way the wind was coming from. Eh. Don't worry, Veronica. It just happens to be going the right way. Words listen to it and church that never managed to take root in the head of hers. She shakes her head and continues into the movement in the left-hand passage. Andres head back to the previous park and to relay to what you have learned to record. Hit me up with us when you're done. Make sure you pick up the pace. We need to get you put back. There's still quite a lot of alien teachers. It would be dangerous for her if she's alone. I did click deploy, not. One. Until these guys. He kills everything. Yeah. Everything. But her runs so fast. She's gonna blink an eye. It's so dark in here. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Yeah, thanks for saving me because there were so many LEDs there that I thought I was never gonna see you again. If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself. But I wanted to help you, big sis. What? It's my fault now? The situation now is dangerous. Any mistakes will be fatal for all of us. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, big sis. Please forgive me, please. Other scene that Bianca seems definitely coherent. Kuka decides to drop the segment. A short distance away, Andres is running towards the group after passing on her fine desert record. Andres, any change in the wind speed? Nope. I've been monitoring this one's speed there. The farther we go, the higher it goes, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon. Good, keep going. The last 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. What the heck is this? No way. The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stone in such a way that there's a regular hole 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There's no light coming through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance outside, but they can hear the old night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it. Oh, there's no way that anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mechty could do it. But all you need, yeah. She cleans up very good. It just scans the thickness of the surrounding rocks, considering assets the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams. Then see if your big gun can punch through them. Understood. Andres, perform some quick measurements.
隙間の直径を50センチから1メートルまで
Yeah,
広
I
げら
noticed
れ
I
ると
should
思
be
う
able to enlarge the hole to around 50 centimeter or 1 meter wide.
十分よ
That will do.
それと
Forgiving cursor turning around the collapse was not caused by demolition just now, but by something that
だ
took
いぶ
place a
前
long
から
time
塞がっ
ago.
てたみたいなるほどね
I see. Yeah, Skeletor explosion. She's gonna punch a hole. Well, looks down and thinks.
マグニセキュリティの
I
仕
mean,
業
there's
じゃな
a
い
high
と
chance
すれ
that the
ば
place to the
ここが盲点である可
button
能性が高い
I use this
隙間を1メート
area
ルまで
to
広げ
defense
られる
layout.
なら
If we make
調
this
査隊
one
が
breach
脱
when
出するには十分ね
either way allows and the security force to escape through it. And that probably isn't the right time for this, but my backup barrel has only enough charge to barely
私の非
start
常
up
用バッ
that
テリ
big
ー
gun.
さ
It's definitely not enough for attack, not even one.
撃つのは無理だと
I'm doing good, I'm doing good on this fine Easter Sunday, so yeah, how are you? I'm assuming you're back at your place from the previous conversations, so
あれ
I think
消
I'll
費量とんでもない
way
よ
too much power, like it's eaten up most half of my charges on this mission so far.
ミシティ
I must have been hard on you, Mechty.
ねぎらってくれる
Well, I'm
のは
not
嬉しい
exactly
けど
complaining about it here, but I do need to get
後で丁
there
寧
to
に改
improve
善
the,
して
its
もらわ
effect
なきゃ
DLL.
ならあいつに会わないとね
Well, you'll need to meet him first in order to do that.
アンドリスは分かれ道
And
に
head
戻って
back
状
to the
況を共
fork and
有
update. Everyone else stand by. He works a lot if I remember so. Oh geez, it's something. Well, to be fair, don't most people doing that with
好きなことをする時間ができましたね
so. I'm not streaming, I'm working, so yeah. To be fair, if I was if I wasn't working, I'd probably start full-time streaming or something. I don't know. Something interesting. Hopefully. After contacting the survey corps, the Andreas tells Dimitri about the hole that they found in Forfor's lack of power. Following Dimitri's report, we're returning to the mine tunnel where the survey corps are. No, we're going to give up on that hole. We checked all the other tunnels. That might be our only way out.
でも
We don't have
穴
enough
を開けるための
power
バッ
to
テリーが
widen
ない
it.
もの外付け装備が
Even
ない
with
の
the
は
big gun, we could probably dig it out with a hand. It sure
今
beats
を
up
待つよ
giving
りは
up.
マシでしょ
Beats just giving up and waiting for death, right? Oh jeez. Yeah, I don't know if yeah. I don't know about the medical part, but that kind of sucks. Oh.
敵がいつ攻め込んでくるか
You
は
don't
分
have
か
the
らない
luxury
け
of
ど
doing that.
残
When
された時間は少
the
ない
J and Blue Spirit might attack anytime based on their transmit. We don't have much longer. In addition, we don't have any tools we could use. Digging out by hand isn't a realistic option either.
あそこに誰か配置しといたら
But wouldn't it be better to have somebody watch over it? If they should send somebody in through it. Why?
見つけた入り口には全てセンサ
We
ーを置いて
install proximity servers
見張り
on
なんて
every
必要ない
tunnel entrance we could find, so we won't have to post sentries.
この隙間に時間と労力をかけるよりも早く調査隊と合流して他の案を検討した方が
Rather than
現
wasting
実的
time and effort on that hole, we should meet up with the survey corps and come up with another plan.
隊長
Mirko, I'm still worried about the stuff we discussed earlier.
私たちがチップ
I
と
know
録音を持っ
Mr.
て
Dicker
脱出して
asked us to take the
自
chapter
分
and
たち
cover
はそれを援護する
and recorder while they stay behind to cover retreat, and you and Mr. Dimitri basically came at this conclusion just now.
でもまだ
But I
何か
can
隠
tell
して
that
ると思
he's
えて
still
仕方
hiding
ない
something. What's he hiding?
チップと録音は私が厳重に保管するわ心配しないで
I'll keep an eye on the chip and record. The rest of you should stay alert. Wow. I hear that. They do that for a lot of stuff, don't they? If they think it's a bacterial or infection or something. Oh. But yeah. If they do turn on us, fall back to the regions with the higher particle density, their suits are damaged and they're probably low on ammo. There's no way the 440s do people like that. Oh, the 3 bells nod. No, keep quiet, we're almost there. 4-4 returns to turn with the circuitous where they discover the troops saying on a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something. You see the position. After this, take your guys' breakthrough. Ignore everything else. I'll do my best to keep fighting and focus on the other direction. Oh, nice, I guess. I guess you don't have any sick leave. Or they don't have sick leave where you're at. Or not something that bad you need to take a sick leave for. I think it would work. Depends on the luck. All we can do now is take a chance. I hope things don't get enough that we actually have to do it. Alright, once we're done, we'll head back as soon as possible to support you. Yeah. After handing out the summon, the Ranger looks at the C44 and signals someone to come over. What are you doing? After Ukla studies a patch of empty ground, it's covered with salt from the tunnel. There's a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis. It's not something you can understand. It was a defense plan. We used the environmental damage data you sent back to make a rough sketch of the surroundings. Terrain. This way we can set up ambushes around the areas with lower radiation density and ambush those many security guys. You weren't just sitting on the asses while your guys are out there. Make sure you tap the circle part of the map and write an F there. Uko looks at the map. Wait, are you playing? Wait, are you guys gonna fight the main securities head on? Damn straight, we're going to teach them a lesson. Our remaining supplies cannot support us all like this. We are going to manage to and boost this fighting power is unknown. This plan is foolish and I do not approve of it. Yeah. Well, I like everything if it goes bad, you go to the ER. Or you should go to the ER. There's people that don't, so. Yeah. Isn't asking for your approval, we are expecting 4-4 to fight anyway. During this time, you head back to the hole you found it and escape through there. You dolls have a neural clothes or something, right? That to count as evidence to your right, so be careful on your way out. You can lose as many arms and legs as you want, but don't damage those brains of yours. Yeah. I need to go to the doctor probably, but it's for another day, I guess. Oh. But yeah. We don't have the firepower to widen that hole. Even if you can hold up the magnet to buy us time to retreat, it's still unworkable. After hearing Kugo land the survey corps troops laugh. They were right. He even managed to get her response down perfectly. Yeah, going money. Alright, you need money to go to the hospital. Yeah. Also, like, insurance not covering it all and stuff like that. Be problematic. I think work mandatory everywhere unless you, like, fall into some categories, so. I told you, right? She's a full stick in the mud. There's no way she could have came up with a plan like that. You see now, don't rely too much on machines processing in the end. Human brain is more useful.
いやー、かけな
Good
くて
thing
よ
I
かった
didn't bet on that with you, Serge. Otherwise, I'd have lost the last crate of vodka under my bed when we get back. Hey, what the guys are talking about? Are they making fun of us, Baker says?
もしかしてお姉ちゃんのことバカにしてる？
Yeah. Well, people don't want to ask for help, but at times your parents want to take care of you, right? So there's things like that. Like other family members, your parents will probably always try to give you money, depending on who the type of person they are, I think. If they care for you. Hey, what are these guys talking about? Are they making fun of us, Big Sis?
バカにしてる。
I guess they are, although she is kind of a stick in the
石
mud.
頭なのは本当
If
だ
I
けど
die, I die trying. I guess that mindset.
アンドリス
Understand that. I'm pretty sure Big Sis will get mad if they keep making fun of her for another minute. No, another 30 seconds.
30秒もしたら来る回が切れ出すと思うから。喧嘩は良くない
The fighting is bad. As Ichiko's face turned more and more grim, the Suriko experienced fell down in the time.
笑いは済んだ。そろそろ続
And
きを
enough
説明
then,
してもらって
would you mind telling me about the rest of your plan now?
穴を開けられねえのは
You can't widen a hole because you don't have enough firepower, right?
足りねえなら探せば
If you don't have it, then just find it. I'm guessing they're gonna push all the natural gas to the whole area and then make it explode. Die. Isekai. It'd be interesting to be an isekai, but how is it going to isekai you? Is it going to be random? Or is it going to be based on whatever fantasy you have, or somebody else's fantasy? So yeah, or is it going to be like a normal one? You have to be the hero to save the world. So, or I guess I have some OP power type of thing.
療養施設に生きてる電
The
源
power supply to the settlement has been cut off. There's still natural gas in the gas link, but we haven't found a matching transformer for them, which means we cannot make use of them.
その必要はねえよ
How is that a problem? You need power?
腐るほどあるぜ
We got in spades. Thanks to them points at the military backpacks off to the side.
これは
Are those batteries?
ああ
Yeah, of all kinds, and they have universal interfaces. Take everything you can use. Well, you don't want, well, it's the kind of world that you're like a noble, you don't really have to work very hard, right? Or like you're isekai, then you're super rich.
どこからこんな
Where did you get all these batteries from?
ミトリーさん
Mr. Different
あな
did
た
you?
方まさか
He thinks of the right hand from the internet galactic glass that the protective bits that the admin soldiers were wearing. Just as they explained, most of the anchor lights on their suits have gone gray. Only a few of them, including the Mechty, has lights still on.
ディミトリーさん
But Mr. Dimitri,
私
unable to compute what the troops might be thinking. Andrea's neutral cloud crashes.
なんだ
What the hell?
またくだらねえ演
Perhaps
算して
you're
やがるな
probably making some pointless calculations again, right?
今回はなんだ
What is it now? You think we'll surrender to the
あのブルーなんちゃらに投稿す
balls
る
or
つもりですか
something?
どいつもこいつも
Just look at you.
正義に外しやがって
Your weapons safeties are off. You think we're going to fuck everything up at the last minute with some disrespectful that'll end up getting us all killed.
えっと
Don't get mad. Consider me. Just hear me
これ
out.
には理由が申し訳ありません
I am terribly sorry.
アンドリス前認めちゃ
Why
っ
are
て
you
るの
just admitting it? Yeah, I watched that anime, probably almost a year ago, actually. Ironically. I also made a video about it, but I delisted it because it was bad. So yeah, the Zoom 100. So yeah, after taking into account Doll's reaction to Mechty last carefully, David, there's no way Pinkins like you properly comprehend the choices we humans make. Logic isn't everything. Your hard-coded definitions of victory and defeat only applies to mankind, or don't apply to mankind. And besides, do you actually think we'll let you walk and calculate know if we actually wanted to trick you? Don't look down on us, human. Don't look down on us, humans. Perhaps because humans are so unpredictable that we're wary of them. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the title. If not, I'm pretty sure you'd probably find it comedy zombie anime, to be honest. So. But you expect me to praise you for that? And forget it, arguing now would be a waste of time. Just take the batteries that you can use. Don't go making excuses later on because you can't blast a hole in that tunnel. But you'll be in great danger. Without their power supply, your producers will be greatly reduced. Please, we've been guarding the Great Wall hard for many years now. We know these things inside out. Definitely better than you. We're both low on firepower and you're still going to weaken your defenses now. You must be fucking insane in the membrane. Hey, yeah. I think I felt like that at a time being, to be honest, though. I probably should yell lurk or a night bot or something so people can lurk. Or something pops up for lurking. I'm lazy. Oh. Howdy, howdy. Scout, so yeah. Well, you can blame this fucked up world for that. This time Dimitri doesn't bother arguing to me, instead he decides to roll with what she's saying. He once said this place was part of the NESU. There's fields and roads and cars, people lived in town, close to the land under the blue sky surrounded by green as far as you can see. But we weren't born in those times, and we sure as fuck don't see any of that. The only thing left now is desert. Seems confused. He's not sure what he's trying to say. We saw those people in the settlement on the way here. All they can do is hide in their shitty little houses, waiting to die of old age, sickness, or being eaten by wandering ELIDs. That's the yellow zone. That's what life here is like. But there's things in the green and white zone that are much better. The entire fucking world is like this. Once we lived all over the land, but ever since those fucking collapsed particles spread everywhere, all we can do was fall in our shells without taking a step outside. And even though Mechty suddenly fills with anger. Even though we're all stuck in our holes, there's some brainless mind fuckers out there who love their luxury prison cells and wants to stay in them forever. But yeah. Around 40 Okuto no isekais. I know there's a lot of isekai animes, so yeah. And security programs and whether the fuck is Aphelion is funding them. We need to do something about those bastards, otherwise we won't be able to live ourselves. That's right, those bastards need to pay. You know, I once thought the general car was gone, then SU was gone, and that any point in being a soldier was gone with them. But you know what? The verification project crap, though it sounds sketchy as hell, it definitely managed to slowly take back what used to belong to us, to all of mankind. And that's why I saw during all my username create all wearing horses. So regardless of what I believe or what kind of state the NSU is in, protecting it is my duty as a soldier, not as a human fucking being. And besides, it's the EXILIUM I'm standing on right now. I once said that I'll do anything to protect it. And that hasn't changed one single bit. Dimitri's words fire up as the soldiers around him. Rise up the soldiers around him. As the crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him, he read every man here before and he stood at their head. He also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in the heart, but they never once knew his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or things left unsaid that his friend that he knew would never be. Or the things he said with his friend that he would never get resolved. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loves it dearly. There was no way somebody as passionate as him would sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing, and naturally he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But whenever he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down a gun in his hand or in his heart. His words reminded the men of the Soviet oath that they took once they swore to join the NSU's army to help push for the purification project by every time things have not turned out like they wanted. Okay, guy, need to go. We got to go. Okay. So we meet again, of course. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they do and do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling up for the flames of hope. The bedrock on which civilization will be rebuilt, the vast lands will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one the troops train up and looks on the first before looking towards him and saluting him. This is not a rational decision, even without taking Buddha's combat power in consideration. The men of the Surrey Corps cannot face stringent security. The only way for you to complete a mission is if 404 stays behind and engages them, otherwise you'll just be throwing away your lives away. I told you right, for human victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your head. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's to make sure you guys cannot get that chip out. For us, it's to make sure you guys can get that chip out of here. Being able to give those arrogant bastards a good spanking would be a nice bonus. I repeat, according to our plan, the probability of I-446 evacuating the ship is almost 24, while meanwhile the probability of the Soviet Corps perishing is 100. My calculations are wrong. It's not too late to change your plan. What's this? A machine trying to point out the flaws in my logic? Do I look like an idiot to you? I do not understand. What are you trying to say? Tone is a low step but looks in the eyes. And her eyes says she's not going to back down. You don't want to admit it? Alright then, tell me, if 404 stays behind to face the enemy, what's the probability of the Soviet Corps surviving and getting out of the place with the chip? no, not even 5% right. We're going to die if we stay, but does that mean we'll live if we go? These are our lives, and we get to use them any way we like. But don't worry about the pointless crap you 10 pounds. I bumped my mind. And besides, if we let you 10 cans nullifying, you'll just run up and bash your heads against these guys, right? What you need now is tactics. You have to be tactical, got it? We'll adapt the most ideal strategy, you don't have to worry about that. The most ideal strategy, those men guys have dolls too, you know. You think their processing power is that much worse than ours? If you think of a plan based on whatever data you have, they probably have the same. And you'll lose the incentive, and they'll beat you like a drum. Initiative. Relying too heavy on the unpredictability of human beings. Fact is, other thing who wants to press the point to make sure clicks is getting annoying. It's enough of that. If you're a machine, then use your ice cold logic and do your job. There's a point in bitching about this anyway. And besides, for your clients, all or for do as they do its followers like a good little robot. Got it? What the hell do you even can't even know? The Mechty tone is unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery and from his suit throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest of hesitation. Now all the lights on the Survey Corps protection shoots have gone out. I don't understand. If we dolls are destroyed, all we lose is the spirit of our memories, but if the human dies, that's the end for them. That's why humans in Syria preserve their lives as their top priority. But what you've done is the complete opposite of that. I truly do not understand why you have made this choice. That's enough. That's no longer got that in order. Now take those barriers and fuck all the way off. Like I said, I don't understand why you're doing this. I respect and understand your choices, First Sergeant Dimitri. What the fuck are you doing? You're being so formal all of a sudden. It's creepy as hell. She looks at the solemn expression on Ruko's face to make sure you realize what she means. Perhaps humans and adults will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusion. But at the very least, they have the same goal. Don't go pretending to be so serious. Although he still looks like he cannot be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to Ruka. I'll say this one last time to lessen up. We are the 37th 62 Battalion of the 4th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union Dimitri District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC's Containment Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Bringing the contents of the lockbox out here is in one piece. Get out of the mountain, get out of the contamination zone. Got it. Request acknowledgement accepted. We will bring the chip and the recorder out in one piece and hand them over to somebody trustworthy in the URNC's government. They always shake hands, but when Dimitri's face cracks in a smile,
機械なら機械らしく
that's more like it's you thinking should have done that earlier. That way we wouldn't have had any issues, right?
畜生めが
I swear this is the last time I ever work with a tin can.
気が変わらねえうちに
Now get out of here before I change my mind.
ご分を
All the best. They've argued every step of the way here, but before biting each other farewell, we finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity line we hide 4-4 left in the mine. It goes off 20 minutes before they leave. Oh no. Ella is at hand. The climax is slowly beginning. I don't know a battle or not, but I don't show you. Archive's complete regional information has been concentrated transmitting. Invading data. Icon deployment complete. You probably can't get all those for a while longer. Let's go, Mechty. Don't die, okay. I can't just auto deploy turrets. No, they don't really matter.
星々よこれがあなたの最後の輝き私の新発明味わってみて
Kills them all.
降参するのが今のうちよ簡易信号増幅器
And install the temporary signal boosters since we can contact the server groups now.
ディミトリー
Sharon, do you read me? This ripper is set upon by Dimitri's annoying voice. Let the crab and get to work.
そうね
Right.
アンドリス
Intercept the gun, make sure you help hook up
ミ
the
スター
backup
電源の接続を
power.
はい来るか
I'll
い
do
隊長
clear Kukai.
ミスティ
Make sure I'll have trouble. I'll have to trouble you to help me out. I'll have to trouble you to help me out.
あうん
Who knows, maybe if I finish up quick, I might be able to. I should have it for when decides not to finish his
ビ
sentence.
ームに集中しなさい
Focus on the mission.
美容家は半径
Sailor, ensure that there's no threats within 100 meters.
マグニセキュリティと
Avoid contact with any mission security forces. If you do encounter them, wipe them out immediately.
殲滅するわよ任せて
Leave it to me, big sis. Corporate members take their positions and the sound of the server corps exchanging fire with the mission. It comes in over the comms channel.
2班は5時方向へ
Fly 2 fall back to point 5. Crawl the enemy in.
3班は右から
Fly 3 flank them from the right. Marine barks his commands of bunks gunfire serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him, their battle cry and blood are full of their ideas. Squad 3 has taken out the target orders. Bang! Bruce's voice is drowned out by the torrent of gunfire, and he says no more. Well, the reality is as cruel as ever. 3, you Squad 3. This is Squad 3. They're all gone.
5班は3班の任務を引き継げ
Squad 5 felt the hole. It's certain. This is Squad 4 reincarnating all of these orders.
高機動タイプを優先して
Kill
撃破
them. Kill the fast movers. Don't let the others head towards or the 4-4. Bell rated on the original. It's filled with sounds of gunshot, electric static, and howls of the oddities. There are fewer and poorer responses to Dimitri's voices. Dimitri finally counts up the numbers to start and then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
ローリングそっちはどうだ
How are things on your end? This arrived, activated by a bunch of LIDs. It's been like I opened the contract with about. I have only one left now. I'll get back as soon as. Although he's doing his best to pretend there's nothing wrong with it, his voice trembles as he. Well, nobody can be completely unmoved by his death. Alright, you stay here, keep an eye on things, contact me again when you confirm that it's working and stay safe out there. We're going to begin pulling back to the point of when your ammo while moving. Once you reach the point of close with the enemy and draw them in. We're going to see there the soldiers remember their assets and begin their final relocation. On the 4-4 side. If I'm not wrong, they placed a lot of emphasis on point F right. They circulated heavily on the map in the salt. That was the place from the first batch of intel that we sent back. If I'm not wrong, it's a pipe room near the public bath, a small room sealed with these sides. Wire and pipe. If gas from the bath passes through there. And they're going to exist. Are they going to be okay? From what I said, the next goes to spread through the entire pack milk, even if it's leaking. The gas detonation wouldn't be enough to trigger. Even if it's leaked, the gas instantly in that room wouldn't be able enough to trigger a detonation. Don't worry about that. Focus on our mission. And how are things going on your end? So we're currently connected to backup power supply. We can begin to load the program right now. The program is loaded. Follow immediately with warm-up sequence in the countdown 1 minute after or before firing. Got it. They're giving our café switches to the regional comms frequency. Dimitri, we begin loading the program. Are you still there? Of course, who the hell do you think we are? Everyone hold fire once you get to the point. Wait for my signal. The channel briefly goes quiet. Is Blue Sphere there? Not on my side, but some of the squad. Some of the squads falling back have spotted her. Bang. Definitely gunshot blends with the air piercing streak from the LED. Ah! God. I don't know what happened. Dimitri, what happened? Dimitri. There's no response from the channel for a long time. 5 minutes later, all the noise from the other side slowly fades away. Ah. I'm here now. It's very cool and calming voice. No. Channel. It's where the amplifier all comes down. The transmission cuts off. We're Dimitri. Yeah, he was like, they did like mention that 100% chance of death was coming no matter what was going to happen. So, like either them take a 5% of surviving or 100% oh. Neato.
これは用済みですね。連絡員1名をここに残し、他は404の捜索を。調査隊の生存者は見つけ次第射殺。報告は必要ありません。ディミトリー総長、ほとんどの場合、絶対的な戦力差の前ではどんな戦術も無意味です。だからこそ、極めて稀有な事例が伝説となる。
くたばり損ないが。
404はどこです？
知らねえな。人形がどこへ行こうが関係ね
え。あなた方がおとりで彼女たちにチップを託したことは存じております。時間を稼ごうとしても無駄ですよ。
てめえらには見つからねえさ。
I can't believe he's so well animated.
どうせ地形も把握しちゃいねえんだろ。笑えるぜ。ここで散々パラデウスと乳くり合ってたくせによ。 その銃がなけりゃてめえらみてえなおまぬけなんざ今頃全員俺にぶっ殺されてるぜ。
そうですね。しかし私には時間がありません。残念です。あなたが状況を理解し正しい選択をしていれば彼も死なずに済んだものを。
I'm surprised, he's just watching them. I'm guessing he's dead for good now. Yeah, badass scene for him to go out of like a cheap cutscene death. Or not a cutscene, but dialogue and death, I guess. Oh.
星々よ、これがあなたの最後の輝き。私の新発明味わってみて。降参するのは今のうちよ。降参するのは今のうちよ。無駄な抵抗はやめてください。
The rest of this
これが最後の
cutscene.
忠告です。
I hope he survives, but I don't think that's gonna
最後の
happen.
部下はまだ生きています。5分だけ待ちましょう。今度は彼の心臓を貫きますよ。人間の命はたった一度だけ。生き残ることが何より重要なはずでは。生きて家に帰りたくないのですか？もう一度伺います。404はどこです？
お前にそれを教えて何のメリットがある？
あなたとそこにいる最後の部下が助かります。
なら他の仲間は命にとってのか？
条件は？
上一金だ。
And then my survivor's pension.
もっと早くそうしていれば他の部下も死なずに済んだのですよ、ディミトリー総長。さあ言いなさい。404はどこです？
404は
そろそろ限界のようですね。素直に吐けばすぐに治療に当たらせましょう。
404はあいつらてめえらの弾を取りに総長早く待たせたな。いいところに来た。
させません。
He gets shot.
諦めが悪いですね、ディミトリー総長。
He's so close. That whole look is different than I thought it would be.
外付け装備を破棄
I thought 1 meter wide wasn't that big.
北西方向
That seems like a pretty big hall. Maybe it's just the width. I don't know. It should kind of observe the light. This may fall back at tall speed and to the northwest.
了解隊長
This leader will cut.
早く逃げよう
Come on, run, run, run.
あのさ
Do we head back to the fork and try to contact those guys? Everybody points to the back of the mine to spews flames and begging smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger in the distance. As she watches the puff of smoke rise in the sky, is hardens.
隊よ
We're leaving. I-404 runs through the night as the explosions go off non-stop behind them.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね
Gone. Really, they move quickly, evading the ELID's attacks as best they could, but the situation for the sustained higher output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains.
隊長
Okay, we need to lower our travel speed if we do not replenish our supply in 20 minutes.
分かったわ
To maintain current speed as we move.
前進
Move on. Are you sure we're supposed to be going this way?
本当に合ってるの位置情報が
Looks like we'll get lost easily without GPS to track our position.
星座を見れば大まかな方
In
角はわか
this
るよ
the last bit of night
嵐がよく
navigation, since there are frequent storms in this region, the night
はっきり星空
the sky is actually clearer than the green and
今のと
white
ころ
zones.
臨時
Accordingly
情
to
報
this,
方角と大体合って
guys,
る
we're heading in the general direction of our temporary base.
補給できる場所があるか
And
は
that's the pinpoint the location of the supply. As we are in quite a long way, meant to be quite difficult.
けどって
I definitely think that basically we're super screwed then.
本当にちゃん
We
と
could
証
really
拠
take
品を
the soldiers' stuff with us. Sounds just thinking about it gives me a
考
headache.
えただけで頭が痛いあ
And she isn't going to just give up right away. That's new.
れ珍しいのねあんなこと言われち
Well,
ゃ
they
ね
said all that stuff
命
and
がけで
they
託
even
され
gave
たんだし
their lives for us.
アニメにも
I mean, I don't really understand how much of this sort of thing feels, but it feels. I see it in anime all the time in human terms. They would have been really great bunch of soldiers, right? So, if, well, I kind of want to try and be like those main characters in anime and finish the mission that they entrusted us. That would be super cool, right? That doesn't matter. But thanks to Kuko is running at their head. Even if I end up as a pile of scrap here, I'll make sure that I'll help Exist complete the mission first. Looks like everyone's pretty motivated. Too bad motivation is the same as battery charge. Just having enough charge for the 4 of us to walk out here would be good. And if we only could use magic, then I would say summoning supplies and this supply unit would appear in front of us. You should go ahead and say it then. Eh? Because we just found a supply point. We provided gesture signal for the 3 of them to stop. Those are major security personnel. Aren't they all in the mine? Probably some security who were left outside to stand watch. They didn't find our escape tunnel, but they're most likely a parameter around the salt mine. And then you said supply unit just now. Does that mean no? We can't, it's too scary.
待ってるだけじゃ
There's no chance we'll make one. Besides, there aren't many of them. We still have a chance.
404
If we're workers fell and they all need and plundered their supplies.
作戦物資を略奪
Commence looting. These are supply things. I can it up.
Hoshi boshi これがあなたの最後の輝き私の新発明味わってみて交換するなら今のうちよ交換するも
Alright, South Pacific, have a good one. I think I have like 2 more missions before this is over. Oh. Hotel rages on Kuha, looks around for where she's hiding. Hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
10時方向の
Everyone listen up, I'm going to see some security vehicle at my 10 o'clock.
美容か
Or at my 10.
その場で敵の
You'll
注意
come to choose to but and divide up the enemy with suppressing fire.
アンドレスは
And you're
私と
following
一緒
me
に
and
車内の敵を
suppress
制圧
the troopers near the vehicle.
はい来る
Hi,
かい隊長
to the guy.
気をつけてねお姉
Be
ちゃん
careful, big sis.
早くして
Oh
ね
yeah, we won't last much longer over
長く
here.
持たないから行動開始
Move out. Let's go get the order for split up and deploy. I still have my security to be caught completely off guard and ambush and panic some of the men. Our parents tried to dive away, including the man that Kuka marked earlier. Various opens fire to and steps meanwhile Kuka used the opportunity to the vehicle.
死になさい
Die. So open fire on both ends of the wind. Vehicles went shot from the driver with his head. He loses control of the vehicle, which went barreling towards Kuka. Rose sees the chain leap on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through the side window. He opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas and staring well around, sending the vehicle towards the other 2 dolls. Everyone is getting knocked up. After getting Kuro's command, then the others climb into the jeep. Rose glances at the vehicle's GPS quickly figures out the current location. She drives towards 504's temporary space, faced by the sound of Marin's security.
素晴らしい戦術でした指揮官勝ち時の歌を
See how many missions I have left. Yeah. Prediction. Ooh. And how to battle and stuff like that. And that's how I do all this stuff off stream. They did this one 4 times. Fine, Jesus, but at this roll. My luck hasn't been good lately, so make it lucky. You have forsaken me. Yeah. Yeah, my luck. Your waifu's coming up. That's all I gotta say. A waifu. After evading the pursuit for the Mingjin, Security for the 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Mingjin security jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion.
適当に選んだ
Good thing we
車
picked
が
a jeep with lots of stuff. It's a shame that there aren't any spare parts, but still full. Our feels
内容
great.
価値はないか
He feels
で
away.
も 電力があるって素晴らしいな
I didn't pick it up at random. The vehicle only had a bit of vaccinated components, but ground clearance was as low as the other vehicles. That implies that the vehicle was laden with supplies. Well, then makes sense. Dismount once you've finished resupplying. Don't know if there's a track around this field, so we'll have to go on foot avoiding minions to catch up with us. The environmental data stored in the vehicle against the static maps on an abandoned settlement nearby. Since our efficient gear is down to a varying extent and the collapse turn is coming, why don't we just take shelter there later? Right, let's do that. We climbed down from the vehicle and began heading into the direction just indicated towards the abandoned settlement. Fortunately, 404 managed to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse torn heads. Alright, right, everyone rest and resupply. Never think it's our and engines will use night vision to shift. Is there the light? Discipline throughout. I'll do later. I thought that their runs are plunged into darkness. Buka takes her terminal out again. She doesn't expect it to come back on or for her to reply. Instead, she just there's a long list of names reading, where are you? And it seems to grant her a small picture of. We were traveling with the soldier every night was already lit up. Now I'm having a bit of trouble being used to not having them around. Oh, we girls never needed so much of the light in the first place, and if it wasn't because of Kuka and I got our vision model, then we wouldn't use lights at all. She leans against a nearby wall, but for some reason I just can't fall asleep. As Andrea's pedal launches her gun, she begins unconsciously humming this soldier's song. And please stop. For some reason, it sounds really weird hearing that now. Oh, I'm sorry. I did it without thinking. I like how the other three dolls are showing signs of relaxing. Whoever has remained calm. Has calmed herself down, and her expression is cold as she only regards the box which the soldier gave her. We'll succeed in getting this mission. Carrying out this mission. Perhaps finding the box, it became a little loose. Goho carefully undoes it all and prepares to tie it back up again. Here, thinking about strong heat signature at your 8. Everyone take cover. Before Kuga can finish speaking, she hears a found the bullet ripping through the air from behind and to her left. Since she cannot see, she is forced to swiftly duck from piercing. Although she avoids directly and daily hits the high energy full flux around the shot, relentlessly melts through her right elbow and her forearm flies free along with the case. Here, Mechty. Ah. Mechty, who's nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Nurse sends her rolling across the ground, but the box clenched tightly to her just to save. That was close. Mechty, behind you. Ah! Mechty doesn't even get a chance to look back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The room wall collapses and Mechty is pinned under part of it, unable to get free. You are spare. Oh my. A creepy pink creature they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mechty has been standing. just assures her being swimming in around her.
徒歩で追跡して
So you just might have hit a time just to launch a sneak attack. Looks like you'd beat up pretty badly if you had to be this cautious.
これ以上の失敗は許され
Indeed,
ません
no further mistakes can be allowed. This is her final form, right? The boys took out her first form and she had to go to her final form for this boss fight. She waves a hand and creepers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement and she is really a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin has peeled off, causing enormous muscle fibers, bundles that bear scorch marks. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. From her computer, our limbs have no longer described as arms or legs. They're entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted. They're split into what looks like a beastal or human hands. Who knows this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backwards from Luther's current state to figure out what she might have looked at before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily collabed together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very, very, very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. This creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has located her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face shows that allows her to be identified at all.
変わった趣味してるじゃない
You're looking pretty twisted.
こんなに早く追いついてく
You
る
must have been pretty desperate to have caught up with us this quickly, huh? Lucifer, who had originally ignored Coco's contemplated her glaring at Mechty, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Kuka. Her target has already been switched and her remaining left hand has taken aim at her. His little badass pose. Howdy, the beach key. Hopefully I said that right. It's like, yeah. Sweet. Sometimes I feel like I get it right, and then sometimes I get it wrong. Everything's good with this. More of a shocking aspect at the end of, well, it kind of makes sense now after the explosion, but yeah. One arm.
あの調査隊には手こずらされました
While the remaining members of the Suriko did manage to slow me down, inflict some
今のあ
damage,
なた方には
the four of you
こ
will
のまま
not be
切り
able
抜
to
ける
leave
ことな
this
ど不可能で
place.
すなら
Let's find out then.
お姉ちゃんを傷つけたら絶
I'll
対に
never
許さ
forgive
ない
you
わ
if you're her big sis. Ruka and Andres went to kind of Blue Sphere while Mechty struggles from where she's buried under the rubble. However, Blue Sphere pays no heed to her.
チップを渡しなさい
I
あなた方の任務は終了します
can try to make it sound less robotic, but it's probably going to be robotic no matter what happens. I need to really miss. I clicked that hard reset, but it's probably going to be robotic no matter what. I have like a voice changer, so I'll like slightly alter my voice. But yeah, it's going to sound robotic, probably. I'll like either find out what's exactly going wrong, or it's always going to be like this. So, but yeah, I bought a new mic, so it's actually probably improved from the last time, but it is what it is, so, but yeah.
It's
only over when we send you to the recycling plant. Everyone prepare for battle. That was gonna last like 10 seconds. I know. Technical difficulty is if it sounds like really bad, then I need to click the reset or soft reset button for the program to like adjust itself, I guess. Or I accidentally muted myself. It happens a lot. More than it should. So. This is still pretty badass. Still a bit creepy. Boom. Very help, I think. Defeated. Fast cutscene too. Fighting with one arm. Better than yonder. Ah. Yeah. Picks up once again. Jeez. It's coming. Back up the ride. Just in a nick of time. No. Second form and damage, unable to switch. So you're saying that she cannot switch to her second form because her frame was damaged? Affirmative. Doll called Sixten nods and coldly regards her firm or calm. Yeah, happy ending. They alert. Moving Korea, get 4 on the vehicle, onto the vehicle now. Got it. Who's her spot? Falling in from in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual molecules are relaying to her. Sixteenth. The feeling of betrayal. Well, I forgot what happened to her. Ever since she lost, a few things happened to her, and now she's on like on our side now. I believe. So, I don't get why her The artwork looks different than what was the model. Now,
故障を確認
destination target, you are.
対象の識別
Unable to identify subject. So heavy 6 inches. Elpery hand. The cold unfamiliar gigglings over blue skirt for a moment longer, and then Vixen shakes her head and pays no further attention to the shocked blue skirt. Her head. She heads over to Belpery to help her and quickly move the 4 frames. As she washes the dolls before them, quickly snorts coldly as she had expected this much, but she had also a little disappointment. After all, she's not here. When she was facing up against Blue Spirit, and at the end of her rope, she saw the blinking signals Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages she sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew she was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most crucial juncture, Kuka used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now.
リーバーの言ってた増
So
援
your
って
backup,
あ
Levy,
んたたちだった
was
のね
talking about.
こんな頼りな
So
い
she got a lot of gets to bring in such unreliable reinforcements.
ごめんなさい
For each of us, it took a while to pinpoint your positions. Yeah. Does not accept Rosa's apology. She puts on the strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just that familiar for suddenly comes to Rosa's. I don't know. It's been so long since we last worked together, so how about we not be so picky for 16?
来るかいです
It's Kuka now. As hearing his stubborn, proud voice, I sigh and relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no clue. I have no idea where to begin. The feeling between Kuka and me are like a recently unflat dammed river, dwelling yet still a little stagnant. As a mix of emotion washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable. So Kuka, is that your name now? Then let me try again. It's been a while, Kukai. This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seemed like it caught Kukai off guard. Kukai. Oh my. Whisper doesn't even bother waiting for them to finish their intro as she begins emitting a strange noise which draws everyone's attention.
任務は完遂します
Must complete the mission.
次回プログラムの起動を
Self-destruct
検
program has been activated.
次回どういうこと
Self-destruct program. What's she trying to do?
来るか
Kukai, I'll remember that name.
覚えておきましょ
Oh my. Like that blue spirit closes her eye, a blinking white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body.
う次回
Self-destruct collapse go wide area,
反応促進
wide crystallized, activate initial shutdown.
20 10
2019.
クリスタル
Critical collapse crystal. Oh no.
何が起こってるの
What's wrong? No. She's gonna make this into a black zone, from what I remember.
このエリアには
Has planted a large amount of crafts critical in this area. If they all release their articles, this place will become an instant red
レ
zone.
ッドエリアになるわこいつ触
Must
媒
have
装置
linked
のスイッチを
the switch to her frame or assist program. You must destroy her frame before the countdown ends. Opens fire and bullets rain down in the ruins of Blue Spirit's body, but the program shows no sign of stopping.
キャロリック素体の
Destroys her
中心を
torso.
よし来た
Right, coming. Gently. Who has already made it to the side of dumps my hands 6 times was already carrying Buaka, and then charges towards Booster while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Booster's spirit call. I can't cut it. What the hell is she made of? 10, 9, 8. Booster Kickdown is still going. Everyone open fire. Well, let's throw up a cloud of death, but Booster self-destruct countdown continues indefinitely. 3, 2, 1. It's too late. Beep, 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 beep. There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of alarm, and then Blue Spirit's tower spews a shower of sparkles before completely going dead. Everything is silent and there's no change in their surroundings. What just happened? Did something... Did anything even happen? Grab Kukai and get out of here. Wherever you're driving, get a reading on the radiation levels in the area. Leave it to Vapory. Actually, another familiar voice come from... Where's this communication terminal? There. Basically, you don't have to worry about so much. I managed to terminate that crystal list program. Just barely managed in time, though. I was really close to running. Bang. It looked that I checked 6 cents of this earlier out of curiosity, so I managed to find a loophole I could explore. The third generations are pretty interesting. Make sure you bring back Blue Spirit's bodies afterward. Yeah, the eyes of flash. So you mean the program didn't even turn on? Then why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't even sure about it myself, so I kept quiet. The wheel, fortunately, everything turned out fine. I'll bear till I cannot say anything and nothing happens, but to say something and then something does happen, right? We'll talk about the rest later. That place is pretty dangerous. Guys, withdraw. Understood.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Oh, icon. Well, final thing, and then I'm done with the story of the event. Neuralink check, no abnormalities. Brain function check, no abnormalities. Self-diagnosis, like blowing system 10%, 15%. Usually dolls can wake up right after changing frames. Are you okay? Are you okay, Kukai? Let me check your data again. Neuronuclear is fine. Brain functions are fine. So why is the self-diagnosis portion taking so long? I'll keep an eye on it. Why don't you go get some rest? It's been days since you last slept. Okay. Just can't forget me if anything comes up. Don't worry. As her newly activated as Sentry Magical. Okay, the sound of the pouring book trick. Kuka opens her eyes and diagnostic capital. Morikuka, although it's actually nighttime now, and a day since you brought you back. Yeah, she should wait for it to leave. They can just talk to him instead. So that's not fun. Give your arm. Work and see if the hydraulics in your new frame are working well. Yeah. Emergency raise her left, her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on her frame. How about the others? You guys are really bad at even transferring your local network to cloud effort. In case you're slightly better off, the other three need more fine tuning. So Kukai, will I designated Mechty switch for you? Could you at least try to limit the number of times you use it? You exceeded her operation tolerances.
そうね
Okay. Okay, just like that. Let me check your neurocog into fixing your personality. Presets can be really hard to fix.
欠陥があるのは
You're the one with the defected personality. They're going there. Kukai sits up and examines her size and relief at her seeing her reaction. The look on his face says, "That's more like it."
ここはどこ
Where are we? Where's the commander? This is the Elmo?
ちょっとなんで
Wait a
あん
minute,
た
why
が
are
指揮
you
官
with
と
the
一緒にい
commander?
るのよ
How did you find us? And why did you stop Blue Spirit's Catalyst
プログラムはど
program?
うやって止めたの
One question at a time. Do you think this is like stuff stuffed in a stack or something? Stuffing down into a stack or
一
something?
つずつ答えなさい
Fine, then answer one question at a time.
そうだな
Well, this is actually pretty complicated, or so I would like to say. Let's start from the part where we lost contact with you, and then when that happened, the commander managed to make contact with me. And it turns out I had to head down to the region to troubleshoot any network issues, so I got onto the Elmo. Commander said that, it sounded very weird, and then contacted the Elmo. There's the commander to send her dolls over to save you as soon as possible, and then I was the only one who could get in contact with, and those dolls of hers put me through the ringer. There was one called Café who was smiling with every word she said, but listening to her just turned my stomach. There's class into complaining, but there seems like Kukai seems utterly unmoved.
要点は
Get to the point.
せっかちだなお前は
Okay, okay.
このエリアに到
So
着した
after we reached this point, we
案の定
found
通信
our
回線にあっ
comms
た
blocked. We
成
reached,
績マップを見ながら
back
基地局
and
を
then
一つずつ回ったよ
picked out several base stations. Most of them were old and poorly maintained if they were maintained at all.
だが人為的に破壊さ
However,
れた
a few of them showed signs of
機器は何
Hillary
者かがこのエリ
destroying
ア全域の通信を妨害して
Hillary
いるんだと
destroyed by
推測した
humans and during the recent past, and the command concluded that someone was trying to cut bombs to this region.
エルモ号の受信装置も
Once
ここじゃ
the
使い物
series
にならな
didn't
かった
work here, and after
こ
we
のことが
left,
信
we
号は回復す
had
る
severe
がお前たちとは連絡が取れなくなる
got service back, but we couldn't contact you.
ただ待ってるわけにもい
The
かない
sitting around waiting wasn't the solution either, so the command organized the dolls to several squads and began searching in the direction that you were heading when you were when you were last contacted Leva.
それで何を見つけたと思う
Guess what we found?
クイズ番組のつ
If
ま
you
み
want to play the quiz show, you can head over to the TV station.
いや雰囲気
I
を
thought you
和ま
seemed
せ
a
ようと
little
したんだけ
too
ど
tense.
グローザたちが
Anyway,
捜
while
索を途中で
Gonza and others were searching, they found two troopers from
結局助
the
か
sewer
った
crew. Unfortunately, they were too badly hurt for us to save,
無事だった
but we managed to protect the base station they stopped.
つまり
So you're saying the military
軍
comms
用
line
回
were
線は死んで
completely
なかったのね
cut off?
そう簡
Yeah,
単に
that's
言え
right.
ば
They
ブロッ
were
クされてた
just
だけだ
jammed. So once we broke the jam, we were able to use them, and the element just happened to have the equipment needed to do it.
あとはまあちょっと工夫しただ
After
け
that, I worked my magic and found the elements converted to match the wavelengths used by the temporary ability
具体的
to
な原理は省こう
temporary
が移動基
base
地局になったと思えばいい
skip the delicate technical explanations, but you can think of it as converting the element into a mobile miniature base station.
そう
Right.
信号さえあればこっち
Once we got the signal back, they were smoothly enough and with me on it.
お
Oh,
前は面識がなかったな
oh, you don't know Mary, do you? She's almost machinist, and she's really good for somebody so young. That said, she looks like she's constantly overworked.
さっきなんて今にも
She looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion, just outside sending her back to her room to get some rest. It's only been a few short years, but the command has evolved into an even better slave driver than you.
要点だけ言いな
Get
さ
to
い
that point, don't
二
make
度
me
も
repeat
忠告させ
myself.
ないで
Okay, I got it.
まあとにかく
Anyway, after that, we found another signal in the region being broadcast on a different network. However, the security level was really high, and we had trouble figuring out how to get to it for a while. At least until Booster dropped its security level for several minutes to verify your position, which allowed us to hack in then.
あの時には
So
もう
you
通
could
信
even
で
talk
きて
to
た
us
んだ
back then. Why didn't you wait until the very end before rebelling yourselves?
発見されるリス
That
ク
was the
がある
risk
だ
we
ろう
took. There was a risk we would have been discovered.
例えるなら他人
It
の
was like
携帯
making
に
a
電
call
話
with
するようなもん
somebody's
だ
phone.
持ち主が
Like
調べ
making
れ
a
ば
call with
一発で
somebody
い
else's
つ誰
phone.
と電話した
It's
かが
fine
バレ
if they
る
didn't check, but if they had, we would have been revealed right away.
だからギリギ
So
リ
we
まで
didn't
待つ
step
必要
in
があっ
until
た
we
からさ
absolutely had to.
それはあんた
And
の
that
判
was your
断
decision.
俺は一回の技術
And
屋
it
に
takes
過
me
ぎる
to, if it were up to me, I would have contacted you right away. After all, I didn't know what happened
個人
to
的
you
に
and
はすぐ
contacting
にで
you
も連
sooner
絡
would
し
have
たかっ
been,
たんだけど
let me solve your issue sooner, right?
全部指揮官の判断
Truth is that it was the commander who told me not to contact you. It's the sense of sheer amount of trust placed in her feels like the kin is trading on her. No cloud. And it looks like she's grown a lot over the
少しは成
years.
長したじゃない
でお前たち
In
の
any
居場
case,
所を
that's
掴
how
ん
we
でから
found your
は
location
マ
and
グニ
the
フィケリア
jobbing
の
on
ブルー
managing
スフィアの
security
通
and
信
Blue
を
Sphere's
保護して
operation.
は
Sergeant Dimitri was a hell of a guy. Thanks to the explosion you triggered, Blue Sphere was badly damaged. Enough that she took a long time for it.
じゃなきゃ俺たちが
Took a long time to take her second form, otherwise you haven't lasted long enough for us to get to you.
総長とブルースフィアとの
It's a shame that he didn't hear your last exchange with Blue Sphere. There was a principled look on his face.
それから起こったことも大体
I
は
think
見当がついてるんだろ
you can pretty much guess what happened after that, right?
セクスタンスの
The check did for an initial clown found that her operation code was very strange, and Commander said
前に
that
遭遇
she
した
met
ダーチュアとセクスタン
their
スは
ship before
協
this.
力関係にあったと指揮官が
He
言ってた
should have been working with Sixtons.
ブルースフィアとダーチュア
Combined
は
with how the
前たちの
booster
ことを
endeavor
第二
called
世代人形と呼んでい
keep
た
calling you second gen dolls, that probably means that they saw themselves as dolls that would have been the next gen.
セクスタンスのメンタルに
I
残され
had
た情報
I
は
verified that much after checking the information left over Sixtons in their cloud. They perceived themselves as third generation dolls.
だがどうも変
So
なん
the
だよな
design's question, her
メ
new
ンタル
cloud
を破壊されたはず
should
なの
have
に
been
どうせ
melted
メンタルが
down,
稼働し
but
て
her local node is running fine. It's just
るあ
weird.
いつなら何
I
か
have
わ
to
か
ask
るか
Leo
もしれない
about it on your way back. Maybe she'd know something about it.
ああそういえば
Oh yeah,
今
Leo.
は今レナと一緒だ
Lena.
どうもレナ
Now,
の方が
apparently
何か
something
あった
came up
らしくて
in Leo's
指揮官
side
と通
and
信は全部
requested
レナが
help
してる
through in
昨日は指揮官にお前たち
Manner
を早く
contacted
送り
them
届けろとしか
yesterday,
言わ
but
なか
at
った
least
け
I have Lena who picked up and told her the commander to send you guys over as soon as
送り
possible.
届ける
And that's over. Looks doubtfully at here, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, he decides to stop the question.
まあいいわ
Forget, I'll contact her later, and I'll make sure
今まで
to
のお
sell
礼もたっ
things
ぷり
with her
しないと
too.
ねそれとブルー
Also,
スフ
you
ィアを
managed to
止めら
stop
れ
Blue
たのは
Spirits because
セ
you
クスタ
examined
ンスを
six
解
times,
析したか
right?
らなのね
そうだ
Yep, since they're both third generation dolls, there was a high chance that their design shared certain similarities, so we tried to hack Blue Spirit's natural cloud using the loopholes we discovered in 610.
あの時
Fortunately, she was so engrossed in pursuing you before that she didn't even notice that what we were doing. We discovered that scary switch inside her. Whereas after that, there was pretty much a nuclear launch button.
ブルースフィア
Your Magister and other their sins must be brought to light.
彼らの犯した罪もようやく明るみに出るわ
まあそうなんだ
I'm with you there, but
どうしたの
what?
お前らが持ち帰
You
っ
know
た
that chip you're protecting? Well,
ちょ
there's
っ
a
とした
problem
問
with
題
it.
が起こってて
どういうこと
What?
そう焦るな
Right, it's not completely, it's just that the down is damaged and cannot be repaired for the time being.
何が原因なの
What caused it?
ブルースフィアのやつ
Is that
よほど
Booster was
慎重だったようだ
being really caustic, even though she looked like she was fixing it, she managed to get one over you. Then,
あいつが自戒する時に光ったのを覚えてる
light from
あれは強力な
when she triggered the result of it was simply burning her command that was a powerful EMP.
磁気パルス
An EMP,
なあそこま
yeah,
で
it's not
難
like
しい
that
技術じゃない
complicated tech and pull it off, but she. No, It's not like it's complicated tech and pulling it off shouldn't need any special
だ
equipment.
が厄介なの
The
は
problem is that
反射
that
程
close
度に
range
ある
managed
シフト
to
コン装置を磁気不良
because the
つまり
chip and their
使用不
for
能な
you're
状態にしてし
predicting.
まう点だ
修理はできないの
And the information should be recovered.
メイリンといろいろ試しては
I'm
みたが
gonna try, but there's
今はお
something
手上げ状
we
態だ
can do about it in the short term. There's nothing we can do about it in the short term.
もともと俺たちの専
I
門じゃ
said
ない
our,
し可能性はまだ
this is in our field of special
詳しい
ability,
知り合いに当たってみる
so
よ
we can't properly rule it out yet. I'll contact a friend of mine who are experts in this and see what they can do.
早くなんとかして
Get it done as soon as possible.
もちろん
Right, we left the chip and recorded with the commander for the time being.
なんで指揮官にこれ
Why
は
did you give them to the
404
commander?
依頼よ
This was a request for a 404. After thinking about the dangers hidden behind the mission quota, is employee intentionally if he takes away the commander from being involved with them.
レナにそうするよう言わ
I
れた
passed on the message when she contacted the commander yesterday.
そうだ
I was thinking the commander said something about making a call to her.
行ってみるかエルモ号のマップはお前のローカルメモリに入れといた
He's already in the Livestream. Do you want to go see her? I've already loaded the map of Elmo and use storage, local storage. Oh my, you're praising her. Block this butt. Ban this by, I mean. Yeah,
分かったわ
alright. As I'm discussing 404's mission with Leibus and its link to Elmo previous encounter, I heard the door open. Light opens, unsurprisingly, the person standing me is. As I think about our previous somewhat awkward call, I quickly adapt a relaxed and casual attitude.
修理は終わったの
So all fixed up now.
相
Looks
変わらずいい仕
good.
事をするのね
I should have their help.
今
Alan
度
look
メイリンの指導を頼
at
ん
the
でみるか
breakdowns on our side if he can spare the time.
指導料をいただ
Right,
き
you can't afford to pay the mechanics expertise.
あ
Hopefully it won't be too high. I'm kind of broke right now.
少し負けてくれると助かるんだけど
Hi, there go. Ever since she began her field leader, it's been nothing but money from her. She sends me a long list of bills, fully itemized too, I might add, at the start of each month.
前任者がもう
I wouldn't mind being more relaxed about our
気づいていれ
finance,
ば
but unfortunately my predecessor didn't leave
済んだんだけど
a Aphelion behind for me. But you're blaming me for this?
他に誰がいる
Who
の
else could it be?
デールから聞いたけど
Went to the I was the only one who's been contacting the commander leaders. Have you been
あ
too
んた
busy?
は何してた
You've
の
been busy lately? You never mentioned it in our previous calls what you're busy with. I'm sure I'm helping McLean look into the matter before the commander should know that too. Basically, that the work has all kicked off in OAD 01. McLean and the others are going all googly eye trying to sort things out. Like dear Yaku, who's got all over the zone as she's put it, we have lots of work to do.
のびのびですって
Evelyn,
言葉の
do
意味
you
を分かって
understand the meaning of that word?
あんたね
Listen, do you? I know what you're trying to ask me. You want to know about third grade gen dolls and what's happened on the Cyclone side are related to 404's mission, is that right? You want to know too, don't you, Commander?
え
Yep. Well, I don't know. The smile fades from Leva's face on the prediction monitor. We found some clues, yes, but still, we don't know where these clues lead. Our vacation isn't complete yet, and until we do verify that these clues are useful, ask me not to reveal anything under the wireless transmission.
慎重なのね
Cautious much. Don't you worry, it's not because she's worried of you, Commander. Back to the point. Needs to go over what you discovered during the mission. Or what you and the Commander have learned Hermes is definitely using their unites to perform experiments linked to class preparation and place back Aphelion and others visited was one of their test sites. The big story trying to activate it then was the release of and the experiments used to regulate the release of the particles from the class sphere. Missile has a device which allows them to control the radiation intensely within the area. And that's what I'm looking into. It's just a conjure, but we need to make sure that it's related to the security and confirm that's maybe since the file's over. We need time to recover the data on the chip. You're too big a target now. Our neutral clouds have logs on encounters with police spirits and maybe as well as what we could read from the chip. As you know, dolls are not establishable as evidence in court of law. Howdy. Element? Can't animate. Whether it's laying charge on the Carbon or looking further into our organization on areas we need the chip and the information on it. But there's nothing we can do now. Well, I guess you can bide your time. This game is constantly following with her interface. Her attention is clearly on other things. We got a new mission now, or we'll be executing. We'll be escorting the evidence and keeping it safe. Liva? Don't make that face. I know you're not happy with the outcome, Uka. But the 4-4 missions has always been to investigate the previous movement, so technically you haven't failed, right? I know that, but I don't need you to comfort me. And what if the commander comforted to you instead? Eh? What? Blush. Yeah, escorting the evidence. Oh fine, I won't mess with you anymore. What the hell, man? Poor has revealed too much. Revealed to the unknown mastermind behind all of this. Do my best to erase all traces of your activities, but there's only so much I can do. This might be able to help a little in the green area, but the yellow zones where there's no government oversight. Well, be careful on the road, too. Oh, why am not going to say that? Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Well, it's supposed to be a new mission, but you'll be on the life for you should be easy. 404 should be just relax and treat it as a vacation. Use the time to sort your inner clouds out. Anyway, that's all for now. Take good care of them for me. Yeah, Commander. Don't worry. Hey guys, I made your famous from the predictor screen in the ops room. Falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can't break this awkward silence. But I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have said a lot both of the 10 years which have passed and everything that just happened. I don't know exactly where to be. She stares hard at me and finally she sighs. Oh, you got a lot of dolls on your vehicle. Yeah, you know, girls, and there was others that who joined her after I'll introduce them to you later. Even after Griffin community is still popular as ever. I know, it's a chip. A little chip and a recorder device. Yeah, we're just making a living together in the yellow zone. There's a safety in numbers. Actually, since Cortland is my employer, does that mean 4-4 my boss is by proxy? So I'm your boss now, am I?
き使わせていただ
Which
き
for
ます
me,
から
for will definitely be making the most of that.
かしこまりました。
Alright, feel free to help yourself
エル
down
モ
those
号の設備と
facilities.
部屋は
Boss,
どうぞご自
go
由
ahead
にお
and
使いく
pick
ださ
any
い。
room you like. I don't know what chip it's exactly. It's like a chip for the setting. So, it's very important because it has evidence on it of crimes. So yeah,
何かあれば遠慮なくメー
if
ル
you need anything else, just feel like I'm going up and she'll
ブ
over
リー
there
フ
for
認
you.
定賞金
You
ハン
don't
ター
pull
がお
back
使いいた
your
します
oil BRIEF registered bounty hunter is always at your disposal.
報告書を書くから
And
部
give
屋
me
を
a
お願
room
い
so
で
I
き
can
る
write up a mission report.
任務を終えたばか
But
り
you
な
only
んだ
got
し
completed mission
少しは
Abby.
休んだら
When you get some rest. When you want to get some rest.
あなたみたいに
Do you
たるん
think
でませ
everybody
んから
slacks as you? Yeah.
ごもっともでござい
Oh,
ます
yes, the boss is always right. Good luck, boss. Ah, no, it's not a potato chip. If it was a potato chip, it probably got
誰
destroyed.
も邪魔しないよう言っておくから
Only the option should work for that.
エルモ
I'll
号
tell the
の状
others
態
not to
をモニ
bother.
タ
Oh
リングして
yeah.
くれると助か
Let
る
me
な
keep an eye on the MBF. Right. MBV while you're there.
わかりました
Alright. B. Then Kuha is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't start working right on, so she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she spent. Slowly greenish gray mist spreads from the horizon, and now dawn knows dawn is coming. Kuha. Operational smoke did not insect-evaluate. Those men who gives their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried or burned into the land they sought to protect. And that moment was the furthest from the sun they gave their life to illuminate the land. Choking silence swallows their battle cries and the truth. The world cast those broken soldiers in the passing of time. Saw to it that they were forgotten. But unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. The soldiers who protect the land never forgotten that their homes ought to look like. Yeah, and said he died. Not coming back. Who looks at the door of the commander. Looks at the door of the commander left through and thoughts turned toward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself, another what she's been through, she can't entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least she will no longer wander at the fairway distance horizon and slowly rises. And she's singing the song. Moonlight offering momentum echoes through the option benefit of the passion it once had. I'll complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of course, this is certain. The bits and pieces of the tomb gradually whistle in the orderly melee, tracing the ideas of the old and longing for the home of the today. The sun is still there and the land is still here. But the sun is still here and the land is still here. I hope the dream in the song will leave this barren empty land. I hope it will become the rays of the dawn that will break through the darkness shattered the endless night and night to light. Inside that simply furnished off of the middle-aged man in the suit is listening to Coffins report on the situation. Lucifer had safely triggered the EMP before her body was hurt. The content chips were destroyed, and all the members of the Survey Corps have been eliminated. What are the chances that data can be recovered? Non-existent. particularly used to delay the development of the Sarah group and get the clear elimination of all data within the target media. According to the last demonstration from the booster, she was attacked by someone other than I-404 in the Sarah core. The attacker there was unknown, but 610 was amongst them, and she did not recognize Blue Spirit.
セクスタンス
610.
襲撃者の
They
目星はついたか
identify the attackers. There's nobody left by the time the cleanup forces arrived. Blue Spirit body was gone too, and they couldn't find any usable leads. However, Blue Spirit's self-destruction was applied to the near cloud meltdown, and her active privileges were ultimately lost, so there's no chance of information about us being leaked. Mr. 6 it's highly unlikely there's been another attacker that might relate to the and the premise coordinate XX35 to E200120.
早急に裏を
Find them as soon as possible. Understood. Also, I'm quite interested in this dolls from far.
調査は済んだ
Have you looked into them? Yes, of course. They're a small-scale armed group of dolls who manage themselves and typically accept missions through emails. Their client ranges from ordinary underground brokers at major consortiums in the green and white zone, and some their commission even originate from the government. Their assignment was from an OMFA, and their objective was the investigation of label MPCs in the region.
つまり
So you're trying to say that this was an accident? Yeah, that's what it appears. At least. However, there's 2 dolls within Hide 404 who had not taken part in field operations for a very long time now. Meanwhile, a certain MFA officials looks into the activities of the Iran group has recently gained a bodyguard detail of 4 dolls, 2 of them who registered the same name as them. I have no clue what you're talking about. You can recall the dolls who have once matched wits against her. It seemed that her hastily handling of that data from before had indeed left the loophole which has been exploded. At the same time, the mysterious man realized what he's hinting at.
なるほど任務を続
Carry
け
on
る
with your mission. Just before a middle-aged man is about to hang up from his thoughts. Sir, if I may ask, how do you intend to dispose of Blue Spirit?
新しい素体を
Is
刺
there
繍し
issue her new
戦
frame
場
shield
所用
containing
に引
handling
き続き担
battlefield
当してもらう
eliminations? Sir, it seems that you're being extremely lenient against Blue Spirit.
駒に厳しくす
And
る
we
者
would
が
be
得意
harsh on a tool.
自分の任務
For
に集中し
focus
ろ
on thing I need you
お前
and your
とお前
team
の
to
隊
deliver results
期限
that
ま
would
でにあれを満足
satisfy
さ
it,
せる成
at
果を
least
上げて
until
も
the
らわねば
deadline.
困る
The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems that he is pleased. Of course, sir. Have a good weekend. Return this mission in. I'm all done with that. I think I have enough for one more roll and then I'll sleep. I had enough for 2 actually. Yeah, well she is a doll, she gets revived. It looks like they don't want to dispose of her wherever. Oh. Aren't Jesus bless this roll on this day, on Easter Sunday of all days? So Aren't Jesus, it has to be this roll. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go, let's go. I have a feeling I don't want to touch it though. I had a feeling that it wasn't right.
飼育員じゃん。しょうがない。本世紀最も偉大な天才があんたを助けてあげるよ。
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I thought it was going to end sooner, but I guess the dialogue was longer than I thought, which happens. I am going to post. One of the polls I had. Not the gaming poll, or probably the naming poll I'll post. Of what you guys want to be called. That one's like winning heavily, so. Anyway, good night, you guys. Thank you for coming. Post will be playing tomorrow. Probably end up being like Escape from Tarkov. And probably like doing the labyrinth, maybe a few more times. Maybe, I'm not sure. I keep dying in it, so it's whatever. I guess so. Am I missing anything else? Oh, the 4K or one. Why did I say 4K? 1K video will probably be rated and posted at some point. So, anyway, good night. Good night. Till we meet again. Bye bye.